NBC Universal, I play the so-called brilliant Dr. Ian Malcolm, a role that I first took on, believe it or not, 30 years ago in the film called Jurassic Park. I don't know if you ever caught up with that picture, yeah.
Yeah, and I actually play Claire Deering, who has a soft spot for saving dinosaurs and protecting her family.
Oh, I love that part so much, in your capable hands. Now listen, this film, Jurassic World Dominion, is the epic conclusion, we like to say, of the Jurassic era. And we're pretty excited to be hosting this, let's call it Today All Day special, all about our little picture.
Yes, in the next half hour, we'll be highlighting interviews with our fellow actors, and we'll take you behind the scenes with our director, Colin Trevorrow.
And later on, we're going to have some nostalgia for you, a kind of a fun throwback clip from the Today Show vault with our friend, the one and only, the great Sam Neill. Geez, I can't wait for you to see that.
But let's get up to what's first up, shall we? I got to witness my pal Chris Pratt do a stellar job playing fearless dino whisperer Owen Grady. He's back in this final installment to the Jurassic franchise and spoke about what it was like to bring this story to life.
It's been 4 years since dinosaurs were unleashed on the world in the last Jurassic World film.
Well, now in the latest and final installment, Jurassic World Dominion, humans are doing their best to coexist with those massive creatures.
That includes Chris Pratt's character Owen, who in one thrilling sequence finds himself hunted by some terrifying dinos. Take a look. Okay.
You were
Chris,
just saying that was one of your craziest action scenes.
Tell us
Absolutely one of the craziest action sequences I've ever been a part of or ever seen. You know, you go to like a fireworks display, like 4th of July, New Year's, there's always the finale.
Yeah.
You're like waiting for it, and then boom, you're like, oh, this is it, this is the finale.
Yeah.
I feel like the whole movie is that. It's like 30 years in the making, you know. This is the 6th Jurassic film, and it's the end of this franchise.
Is it really the end?
Yeah,
Come on.
I really do think it's the end. Yeah,
Wow.
you've got the legacy cast back: Sam Neill, Laura Dern, Jeff Goldblum, plus the cast of Jurassic World, all like converge. Our storylines converging in a way that is very much a finale.
What was it like having the old cast back?
It was insane.
yeah.
It was actually insane. Like, first time I saw Jurassic Park, I was 13.
Yeah.
I had no idea I was ever going to be an actor. Like, if you'd have told me that I would be like doing this, I'm on the there's no way I would have believed it. And these folks were like cemented in my mind as icons. And so to be working with them, it's a dream come true.
When you say there's no way to believe it, I mean, you were actually living in a van, right?
Yeah.
You were kind of homeless, I guess.
Well, the home was kind of my van,
homeless-ish.
so
Okay.
I did have
life,
a van.
it's a thing.
I mean, just to imagine going from that to this.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible, and it's been now 23 years, and looking back on it, it's kind of mind-blowing. And yeah.
How'd you get discovered? You were in Hawaii
Yeah.
waiting tables.
I was in Hawaii waiting tables. I had done theater. I saw you had the cast of Mrs. Doubtfire
Yeah.
on Broadway. It was like my dream to be on Broadway, to do theater. I did it as a kid growing up. I loved it. Always loved to be a performer, and it was never real to me. It was the way a kid would dream of being like, you know, an astronaut. Like, sure, someone gets to go to space, but it's probably not going to be me.
Yeah.
And, you know, I just happened to wait on a director who gave me an opportunity and gave me an audition, and, you know, I got paid $700, and the door got opened a crack, and I was determined to barrel through it.
Going back to Jurassic World with the original legacy cast, I heard you guys were sort of in like a summer camp together because it was a COVID shoot, so you guys were all like bunking up in the same hotel?
Exactly, yeah. Everyone was bunked up in the same hotel. It was really kind of extraordinary. It reminded me of very early on in my career, you do these independent movies, like the movie that got me into Hollywood. I got paid $700. We all stayed in the same hotel room, you know, and there's this sort of like summer camp vibe. You build these relationships that you think are going to last forever, and it's like, it feels kind of amazing. And oftentimes in these bigger budget movies, you lose a little sense of that magic because everyone's got their own trailer and they're off doing their own thing. They fly in, you might not see them until they're standing on their mark, but it was not the case with this film. And that was one of the amazing silver linings through this process. Shooting in COVID with all of the protocols in place, we were actually able to hang out every single night, have every meal together.
That's a cool way to end it, to
real
close
cool.
the story.
Yeah, it was really kind of a blessing amongst sort of the difficulty that everyone faced over the past couple of years.
Chris Pratt, he's pulchritudinous, isn't he? He's fantastic. Hey, now let's turn to an interview with this lovely, lovely lady. And as Bryce mentioned, she plays Claire Deering, the longtime love interest to Chris Pratt's character named Owen.
The two of us take on some wild dinosaur battles in this part of the story, and I told the third hour of today all about it.
In the latest installment, Jurassic World Dominion, dinosaurs now inhabit the Earth with humans after their home is destroyed. Bryce Dallas Howard returns as Claire, who quickly learns coexisting is not going to be a walk in the park. Oh, this is so great. Bryce, good to see you. Thanks for being here.
Too. Thank you for having me.
Wow, a lot of action, a lot of stunt work, a lot of.
Yes.
Obviously, you know, you've been invested in this character. How difficult is it saying goodbye to Claire when this is done, all said and done?
Honestly, difficult. It's just kind of hit me in the last few days because the movie is coming out this weekend, and you know what's so great about getting to do press is that you finish the movie, but you're going to see folks whether it's in a year or a couple years, and so we've all been reunited, running around doing press together, and it's slowly winding down, and so I'm a little like,
After this, then what? But I mean, we had Laura Dern, we had Jeff Goldblum on the show earlier today. You've got B.D. Wong in the movie, Sam Neill. I mean, the originals. Did you watch the original?
Yeah.
Did it resonate with you when you're actually on screen?
Yeah, I mean, I will never forget the experience that I had watching Jurassic Park opening weekend in the theaters in 1993. I was 12 years old.
Gosh, was it 93?
It was 93. My parents saw the movie. They weren't going to let me because it was PG-13 and I was 12. And
follow the rules.
Exactly. And then they came home that night, and my dad said, I remember this distinctly. He said, "You've got to see this movie in the theaters. You cannot miss this. Cinema has changed forever. This is one of the most
That's Ron
incredible
Howard. I think when Ron Howard says that.
Yes. Yeah. You listen.
And so now, it's interesting. There's this theme of female empowerment that we don't typically see in the action movie space. Talk to me a little bit about that. How did that become part of the film?
It so easily. There was no agenda. It's just that the same amount of men and women were cast.
And you get to show what you can do.
That's amazing.
What a concept.
It's incredible. I know. Just
Isn't that interesting? Because we're thinking, oh my gosh, this is all about women and blah. But it's like, no, actually, it's just equal, and we're just showing how we roll.
Yeah. We're just a team.
just
We're all
awesome.
teaming up.
Yeah.
And that kind of ethos, I think, is intrinsic in the Jurassic franchise, starting with the original book written by Michael Crichton, and of course this incredible character, Dr. Ellie Sattler, played by Laura Dern.
Yeah.
And I think for me, I remember as a girl being affected watching her performance and just being like, oh my gosh, she is amazing.
Bad, yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Well, you having fun yet? I am. Hey, there's much more still to come. Up next, my chat here on Today with the delightful Laura Dern.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. And who's this?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to our Jurassic World Dominion Today All Day special. This movie is quite special because it includes actors like this guy right here who starred in the original Jurassic Park in 1993.
Yeah, well, I had a little part in it beside Laura Dern. And she and I sat down, by the way, with our Today Show friends to chat about our triumphant, if I may, return to a world filled with dinosaurs.
Laura Dern and Jeff Goldblum, they helped launch a global phenomenon when they unleashed Jurassic Park on the world in 1993. Y'all, it is 30 years later, just about, and we're back. Y'all, welcome back. It's so good to see you.
Oh, it's so beautiful to see you
Okay,
and see everybody.
by the way, your crowd is so pumped up for this movie. I mean, the first movie was about the dinosaurs and all that, but it was more about the chemistry. So here you are 30 years later, the band is back together. Will you tell us what it was like, what the moments were like reuniting?
Well, and Jeff's heard this. One of my favorite memories is walking onto set, and we'd all seen each other, but I saw our beloved Sam Neill with Dr. Alan Grant's hat on, and I turned to my right, and here comes Jeff in Dr. Ian Malcolm's black leather jacket. And we got into a Jeep together for our first scene together, and we looked out the windshield. Our director was taking a photo. We were getting ready to do the shot, and crew members were gathered around. Some were smiling or clapping. Several people started crying, and we got very emotional just because we've all shared this first movie together. You know, we all grew up with it, and there was something very nostalgic about being back together.
Jeff, we had Chris Pratt on. He was pinching himself that he was with you guys. A lot of that.
Pinch himself a lot. I noticed that.
Yes,
What's the matter with that guy?
A lot of these guys, though, they grew up watching it too, and now they're kind of awestruck to be starring with you. But what makes this magic last, Jeff, for 30 years?
Well, what, Jurassic magic? Laura Dern, you know, the people, and you know, Sam, well, it came from a great book. Michael Crichton wrote that book a long time ago, interesting ideas, and then Steven Spielberg turned it into a good movie. And the technology coincided with our first movie so that they brought dinosaurs to life like they'd never been. But then, I'm serious, you know, Laura Dern, you know, those characters, you know, beautiful. Laura can't do anything that she had already done. So much. You'd seen all those things she'd done before. She'd already done Smooth Talk and Ramblin' Rose and Blue Velvet and Wild at Heart. And we started.
My agent,
well,
and also
we
my
started around the same time. We did a movie. You know, you in 1973, you were doing Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore, and I was doing Death Wish. We've been in movies about the same amount of time.
Well, and Jeff, at this beautiful stage in your career, you've got two babies.
Yes.
Ages 5?
5 and like yours, and almost 7.
5 and 7.
You've got 3 and 5.
I've got 3 and 5. But I have a question. Having your kids watch this movie, have you debated whether or not your 5-year-old is going to be watching this?
Yes. And we have plans. We bought tickets for this coming weekend when it opens. We're going to go, and they've never been to a movie theater before.
Aren't you a little worried they're going to be kind of scared of these crazy
I
dragons?
am worried. They're sensitive. They say, we're not scared of anything, you know. But we showed them Jurassic Park and the second one on TV.
Yeah.
And, you know, the first time, they've seen it a couple of times. The first time they were, you know, but if I said, I'll be close, if you get scared, I'll walk you out.
And they were with us, the most amazing boys in the world, and his amazing wife, Emily. We all lived together for these 5 months in the middle of the pandemic to make the film. So they also kind of know the behind the scenes.
They went into the creature shop and saw the things being made, you know. And
I love that. Laura, on the cover of Variety magazine, who graced the cover but Miss Laura Dern? Laura, I think this is so incredible, first of all, that you're on the cover. Secondly, I just think your character, it's so funny. Sometimes you play a character and you think, well, I'm playing a character for a minute. When you played your character in Jurassic World, the first one, so many young girls made career choices based on this character. They chose marine biology. Do people come up to you and talk about that?
They do, and I was just sharing that an amazing congresswoman recently said to me that it was Dr. Ellie Sattler that made her believe that she could be empowered and have gender equity because of this film that, you know, with Steven's leadership and our producer Kathy Kennedy, we wanted an equal partner in the story to the male characters, which, as you know well, was rare in film.
Speaking of male characters and your chest, you had an unbuttoned look that I think we're all very familiar with.
It's
right, guys? Very memorable.
All too familiar and very male. Speaking of, you can't get more male.
May I see this? May I see the book? Do you mind?
Oh no! You mustn't torment me with
you know
this.
What we happen to have this.
Watch this.
What? Are you doing it?
Yeah. No, I'm not.
You're not? Okay. Let's open this up.
Oh yeah, may I? Have you seen this?
No.
I've seen a prototype of this. I didn't know you were going to have this. Watch. Okay. God creates dinosaurs, and then your line, woman inherits the earth.
Okay. And
but this is the book that ostensibly Ian Malcolm wrote.
Okay.
Watch this. Look what they made, and then. There's me.
There. Wait. Hold on. There you are. Wait. Look at you.
I've got lines from it. Yes. Yes.
Oh my God.
Push my head and I speak a line.
Do you remember these lines? This is the best thing ever, y'all.
I mean, everyone
Jeff
needs
Goldblum, just one button.
There you go. Look at that. For you. Just for you. Just for you.
We are so excited for this movie. Are y'all excited?
I just love being here on today. I just do. Can't you tell?
Of course.
Yeah, I really do. And don't go anywhere, because after the break, we have a special interview with our director, Colin Trevorrow. So stay with us, please.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this? Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Welcome back to our Jurassic World Dominion Today All Day special. Director Colin Trevorrow first helped relaunch the Jurassic Park franchise in 2015 with Jurassic World.
Yeah, and he spoke to Today about what it was like to direct our latest film and to bring about an epic final chapter.
I promise you, I am going to get her back.
Jurassic World Dominion is a completely different kind of film than any of the other Jurassic movies have been. The dinosaurs are out in the world. They are creating havoc, and genetic power has reached a point where it's threatening the survival of life on this planet. I wanted to direct the third film because just being able to wrap up the story we've been telling the whole time, to be able to take these characters who I care about and make sure that they find a home together and feel safe. And I include the dinosaurs in that, you know, the T-Rex. These are characters from our childhood who we love. And so making sure that all of these stories are wrapped up in a way that feels consistent, that when you watch all three movies together, it feels like one long story, which I really believe it does. That was really important to me. And the fact that we made it during a pandemic was really challenging. I was directing a movie in 2 different countries at the same time. It was hard, but we did it. I wanted it to be a warmer film than the previous 2. We were kind of a cold blue in Jurassic World, and then in this film I wanted it to feel like a big, robust, romantic adventure. It's shot on film, which is really important to me, and hopefully by the time you get to the end of it, you will feel like you've been through a lot and the people just look tired and bruised, and that's the kind of adventure I like. From a production design standpoint, it's really important to me and Kevin Jenkins, our designer, that we are as practical as possible at any given turn. So we didn't make a movie in a computer. There are not digitally designed backgrounds. We built 112 sets. We made animatronic dinosaurs. We put people in real environments with real animals so they could look around and be confident that they were actually there. And then the biggest challenge is when you build something that's as spectacular as some of the things that we built, to make sure not to constantly just be in a giant wide shot showing off your amazing set to the audience, but really get in there and live in it as if it's a real place. It was very important to use animatronics because not only is that a legacy, it's what made us love Jurassic Park so much, is that we actually saw those animals were real. But in our film, because we have such great actors, to be able to provide them the opportunity to not be emoting across from a tennis ball, but actually be able to reach out and touch something in the way that Laura Dern does in her scene when she moves her finger back and forth. Puppeteers naturally reacted to what she was doing, so there was an actual exchange between living things, which I think is extremely special.
What is that? Biggest carnivore the world has ever seen. Run!
The reality of these movies, I think, really matters. It's one of the very few franchises where the main characters are just regular people. They're professionals, they're scientists, they're parents. And so I wanted to make sure the whole world felt as if it actually existed, because we are talking about some real world scientific issues in the film. Some of the dangers that we present are dangers that exist. And so the closer we can get it to our reality, I think the more believable it's gonna be. Some of the more insane things that we do in the film that you're gonna buy. Working with this cast was just one of the most satisfying creative experiences that I've had, because I was able to work with legendary actors like Laura Dern and Sam Neill and Jeff Goldblum, B.D. Wong, and then these good friends of mine who I've been making these movies with for 8 years, Chris Pratt and Bryce Dallas Howard, and then these new friends who I think make as much of an impact on this movie as any of the legends and icons who have come before, in Mamadou Ache and DeWanda Wise and Tishan Lockman. All of them together as one group, especially at the end when they're literally all together as one group, it was just such a wonderful experience. And it was during a really challenging time. We were all very afraid. We were making a film during COVID, and yet because of all of these people, because they have such brilliant skill sets and also just beautiful souls, we managed to get through it together. I wanted to pay homage to the spirit of Jurassic Park, but I didn't want to make a carbon copy of Jurassic Park. And that's something that I've really focused on in each of the movies. We feel like in order to honor what Steven created and what Michael Crichton created, we have to aggressively bring new ideas to the table, because that's what they did. And so these movies are different. They're a completely different kind of experience, and yet I know that Jurassic Park's never going away. They'll all be there for people to enjoy together. So to me, it was making sure that the characters that we were bringing back felt like they were presented in a way that was honest and authentic and real, and you actually believe these were human beings who've been alive for the same 30 years that some of us have been alive for, and a lot's happened in those 30 years. People love this franchise, but I think they just love dinosaurs. And however we present dinosaurs in each of these films, I hope that at all times it taps into, yes, a fear that we have of them, but also a humility that we have in the face of them, this recognition that they walked the earth, they share the same soil as us, and yet they look so different and lived so long ago and actually lived so much longer than we have. It's just a very grand idea and a really unique relationship between, movie creature, movie monster, and audience. when people leave the theater, I really hope that there's a sense that we made these movies for a reason. And we weren't just making a bunch of situations where people could get chomped by dinosaurs, even though we do that, and I enjoy it. These are movies that did have something to say, and ultimately we landed in a place that hopefully you can walk out of there with your family feeling a sense that we are small and we are fragile, but also we can succeed and we can survive if we do it together.
Lots to learn there. We certainly love Colin. It was amazing to work with him.
Yeah, just amazing. Now up next, we're dipping into the Today Show vault for a Jurassic Park flashback. Stay tuned for that.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. And who's this?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. And who's this?
And we're back on our Jurassic World Dominion special here on Today All Day. To round this all off, we thought it'd be fun to travel back in time to when all of this began.
Yes, the year is 1993, and a film called Jurassic Park was just about to hit theaters. Here's Sam Neill, who reprises his role as Dr. Alan Grant in our new movie, and he's talking about the first iteration of the dinosaur story here on Today.
Your character is based on a real-life paleontologist. Tell me about who that is and how you learned the tricks of the trade, if you will.
Well, he's a guy called Jack Horner, and he digs up bones in Montana. And my character's very much based on him, and he was also advising us on the film. He was with us quite a lot of the time, and I'm pretty much playing him. It was easy. And he also gave me a lot of information about dinosaurs. He got me really prepped up. But then, in the end, because these dinosaurs were on the set and playing with us, I didn't need to know anything about dinosaurs because they were there. And
what was that like?
Life.
What was that like, being around all these incredibly lifelike creatures?
Well, I was kind of anxious about it, but they're very professional. You know, for all of them, it was their first movie. But you know,
No egos?
No egos at all. There was never any problem getting out of the trailers. They never sat on my chair. And I think they have a big future in the movie business.
Wow, wow, terrific. Wow, look at him. Can you believe that? Just terrific to revisit a memory like that. Working on that film was a real joy and a privilege for me. And it was a treat to reunite with Sam and Laura for this story 3 decades later. 3 decades? Is that possible? Can you believe that?
It is. It is. It's crazy, though, and we are so lucky to have you all. So that was our Jurassic World Dominion special here on Today All Day. We hope you enjoyed learning about how we put our movie together.
And don't forget, Jurassic World Dominion is out in theaters tomorrow, so be sure to check it out. And thanks very much for watching. I'm Jeff Goldblum.
And I'm Bryce Dallas Howard.
Bye.
Bye. Bye today all day.
This morning, a remarkable team of history makers.
Yes, yes. The Full Circle Everest expedition recently became the first all-black climbing group to summit the world's tallest mountain. We're going to talk to them in just a few moments.
We're looking forward to that. But first, a little bit more on their remarkable journey and their hopes that it will inspire future generations of climbers. It was a groundbreaking moment on top of the world's highest peak. 7 members of the Full Circle Everest expedition celebrating their successful summit, all while making history as the first all-black climbing group to reach the top of Mount Everest. Team leader Phil Henderson sharing the good news on Instagram, writing in part, all members of the Climb and Sherpa teams have safely returned to base camp, where we will celebrate this historic moment. After ascending Mount Rainier in Washington last year, the team set its sights to greater heights. And for months, they worked toward their Everest goal, documenting their journey along the way. The team left base camp on May 2nd to start the climb. And after a week, they shared their progress, posting on Instagram. After countless hours of training, preparing, and dedication, the team is getting ready to make a push for the summit. 3 days later, their perseverance paid off. And in one expedition, they nearly doubled the number of black climbers who have reached the peak. But for the team, scaling Mount Everest was always more than just an experience. Their intent was to inspire the next generation of outdoor enthusiasts in black communities. Climber Fred Campbell sharing the team's mission statement on Today.
I hope that they see our experience and how much we love being out on the mountain and kind of enjoying the adventure, and they're inspired to find an adventure of their own.
Now, one team's path to success, a symbol of how to make dreams a reality. Well, now let's meet some of the team. They're celebrating this morning. Rosemary Saul and Manoa Anu were 2 of the climbers who summited, and Philip Henderson is the leader of the group who was on the mountain and saw his vision fulfilled when 7 members of the team reached the summit. Good morning to all of you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks so much for having us.
We're thrilled to have you. We know it's evening time there, and you guys are celebrating a successful summit. I'll start with you, Manoa. You're a professional climber, but this was your first time at the top of Everest. Did it meet your expectations?
Yeah, exceeded. Yeah, it's really amazing here. Up there, yeah, it's a little cold. So there's a little thin, but down here and on the journey through, to the top of the world. Every place is amazing. Everyone is amazing. So, it's all good.
Rosemary, this is like a huge personal accomplishment for you, but it's also a big accomplishment for African Americans in general. We were talking about how only 10 African Americans have ever done this, what you guys did. What does it mean to you, and what does it mean in a greater sense?
Absolutely. And I'd say it's even bigger, as you said, only 10 African Americans. I think that's 10 black folks globally, so not even necessarily, even fewer than that African Americans have made it to the summit. But yeah, this is a huge accomplishment just for each of us on our team, for the Full Circle team, for our Sherpa team, for all of the support that we've had. And now we're able to take this experience and take it back to our communities and tell the stories, share what we've learned of this beautiful place and culture, and hopefully inspire a future generation of outdoor enthusiasts.
No doubt you will. Phil, this is your group. You're the team leader. Explain to folks why this was so important for you. Why were you so hell-bent on getting folks to the top of Everest?
Well, there's a number of reasons, but one, I've been working in the industry now, for almost 3 decades, and when I came into it, there weren't folks like myself that I had to look to, for guidance and mentorship and so on. And not that I haven't had mentors, but after 3 decades, I kind of found myself in that place to mentor, different members of this team and so on. And so that's a part of it. But the other part is that I've had a relationship with people in Nepal and the Sherpa community, and I've helped train a lot of them in their craft of working as high altitude workers. And I just wanted to really share my love and my community with the Sherpa people, with the community that I have at home as well. So it was really important in a lot of ways, yeah.
I want to congratulate all of you. You're on top of the world in every way, and thank you so much for inspiring others.
Hear, hear.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Keep celebrating, okay?
Yes.
We heard there were a couple more.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
There you go. Cheers.
No need to hide those.
When you say it's 5 o'clock somewhere, it literally is.
That's true.
It's 5:30 there, so.
If you recall, last week we brought you the incredible story of the first all-black team of climbers to ever summit Mount Everest. Up until 2 weeks ago, only 10 African Americans had ever reached the top. That number has nearly doubled in size, thanks to 7 members of Full Circle Everest Expedition.
Yeah, and this morning they're here with us. Their first live in-person interview. We've seen them on Zoom, but it's good to welcome you in person.
Yes.
The history-making team. All right, real quick, we want to get everyone's name. Give me your first and last name.
Philip Henderson.
Rosemary Saul.
Evan Green.
Manoa Nu'u.
Eddie Taylor.
Thomas Moore. Abby Dion.
Fred Campbell.
Adina Scott.
Everyone got a little air time. We had to start that way. All right, guys. So this was your idea.
Yes, ma'am.
What did it feel like to finally see it come to fruition? You've been thinking about this for a long time now.
Yeah, just proud. Just feel really proud of the team, and the accomplishments that, we've been working for almost 3 years to make it happen.
Did you ever have any doubt?
No, not at all.
Wow.
No doubt.
Philip, I want to ask you something. You could have summited to the top,
Yes.
but instead you gave your spot to Evan. Why?
There was a lot of logistics and things that need to happen, and every Everest expedition has a manager that manages things in base camp and the whole team. And I felt like if I focused on personal climbing, then that would be selfish. And they really needed me to be in that position, so I just decided not to climb.
Wow.
Do y'all remember? You remember Rosemary, don't you? She had you had a cocktail. You were celebrating the last time.
We were, yes.
Have you had a chance to sort of sit with what you did and reflect on that moment?
A little bit. With each passing day, we have a bit more time to just think about what happened. And still in the process of really realizing the accomplishment that just happened. And it's still sinking in. It's still sinking in, yeah.
What was the hardest part of this for you guys?
For me, it was more of a marathon. It was almost a 2-month expedition, so it was just in it for the long haul and the process of moving up to the different camps. And the summit day was just one piece of the picture.
Phil, but just a few seconds here that we have left. What can we do to help break this barrier of access for people of color to be able to get outdoors, to be able to learn how to climb and do all this? What's necessary?
This, people getting out and doing it, and showing folks that we belong out there as well. Mother Nature doesn't care what color you are, but you need to get out, and it's healing. It's a healing for all of us. So, yeah.
Wow.
Well, congratulations.
Congratulations.
Very inspiring.
Hike to the base camp wearing those.
That's not true.
She did.
Oh, yeah, she did.
Did she really?
For real?
Is this true?
Oh my God, Tina. Whoa, all right. We can't wait to see what y'all do next. Now, to more on that remarkable story that first captured the world's attention last week. It's a Florida man. He landed that plane with 0 flying experience after the pilot suddenly became unconscious.
Well, the details that initially emerged were already stunning. And now in a Today exclusive, Darren Harrison is sharing what happened inside that cockpit, describing a flight more harrowing and even more inspiring than we could have imagined.
I knew it was a life or death situation. Either
you do what you have to do to control the situation or you're going to die. And that's what I did.
In the most terrifying moment of his life, Darren Harrison proved calm and collected.
I've got a serious situation here. My pilot has gone incoherent.
The 39-year-old, whose career focuses on flooring sales, was traveling home from a fishing trip in the Bahamas on board a single-engine Cessna 208.
Big a deal?
Only two others were on board, the pilot and the pilot's friend.
My nightmare's always been when I go on flights like this. What happens if something health-wise happens to the pilot? What's going to happen?
You've thought about that before?
Oh, I've thought about it many a times.
Initially, Darren said everything seemed to be normal.
And you didn't seem to be a nervous flyer. You took a shot at the cockpit with your feet up and back.
Yep, I was just back there relaxing.
But shortly after taking that photo, he heard from the pilot, and everything changed.
I saw he kind of did a move like this and said, guys, I got to tell you, I don't feel good. And I said, what's wrong? And he said, I got a headache and I'm fuzzy and I just don't feel right. And I said, what do we need to do? And at that point, he didn't respond at all. He was already done.
What was the position of his body in that moment?
He was still leaned back.
So he never slumped forward?
Correct, never slumped forward at all. At that point, he wasn't responding to us yelling at him. So I moved to the front, and by the time I had moved forward to the front of the airplane, I realized that we had now gone into a dive at a very fast rate. All I saw when I came up to the front was water out the right window, and I knew it was coming quick.
The plane is in a nosedive, essentially.
Correct, yes. And at that point, I knew if I didn't react, that we would die. And so I reached over his body, because he's at this point unresponsive. I kind of put my arm over to where my elbow is sitting here, and I grabbed the controls of the airplane and slowly started to pull back on the stick and turn.
How did you know how to do that?
Just common sense, I guess, being on airplanes, because I knew if I went up and yanked, that the airplane would stall. And I also knew at the rate we were probably going way too fast, and it would rip the wings off the airplane.
Let's just stop for 1 minute right there before you talk to any air traffic controller, before you put on any headset. The pilot is still in the seat.
Yes.
That's a miracle right there.
That's the scariest part of the whole story.
Defying death in that moment was just the first miracle that day. Darren then found himself in the pilot's seat over open ocean with no flight experience and at first, no way to call for help.
I now have the availability to climb into the seat to fly the airplane. I sit down and I'm trying to put on the headset that the pilot was wearing. And so I pull on the wires and I pull up and they're all frayed. The plug's gone off the end of the headphones. And so now I don't have a headset to use.
So now your lifeline, you're literally holding a frayed cord that could be your lifeline to talk to anyone.
Yes. So I immediately turn to the guy next to me and say, I'm gonna need your headset because I gotta talk to somebody.
The person on the ground was Captain Bobby Morgan, an air traffic controller and part-time flight instructor.
All my GPSs have gone out. I have no idea where I am. And then it was, well, what do you see? I see the state of Florida and I see a small airport. And they said, can you drop to 5,000 and maintain? And I said, I can try. I can work on it, but I'm still trying to figure this thing out.
You didn't have any shoes on.
Nope, I was barefoot. My shoes were in the back.
You're practicing going up, going down, getting the feel for the controls.
Yeah, because at some point, the realization sits in of you're gonna have to land the airplane.
There's only one way to get down.
One way.
Did it ever cross your mind that you wouldn't try? Or was it just like, I can't do this?
No. No, when I was flying and saw the state of Florida, at that second, I knew I'm gonna land the airplane. I don't know what the outcome's gonna be. I don't know how it's gonna happen, but I'm gonna have to land this airplane because there's no other option. At that point, we turn around and look, and the pilot's still not conscious in the back.
With Captain Morgan's guidance, Darren navigated the plane to Palm Beach International Airport.
And he kept telling me the whole time, the runway's gonna keep getting bigger as you get closer to it. Just keep focused on that and just keep descending. And I remember getting to around 200 feet and he said, hey, you're gonna need to slow down some more. You're still coming in pretty fast. And at that point, I told the other guy, I said, hey, take the throttle and dump it on the floor. just dump it on the floor as far as it'll go.
Moments later, Darren touched down on the runway.
So-
And then you slammed on those brakes with your bare feet.
I slowly feathered the brakes as I'm going down the runway. And surprisingly, I felt so comfortable with it. I radioed to the guy and I said, hey, I'm feeling pretty confident in the brakes and everything. Do you guys want me to turn off the runway so I can clear this thing out?
You offered to park.
Yeah.
And when did you exhale?
I said thank you for everything, and I threw the headset on the dash and said the biggest prayer I've ever said in my life. That's when all the emotion set in.
Can you share what your prayer was?
It was a thankful prayer for the safety and everything that had happened. But the last part of the prayer and the strongest part was for the guy in the back. Because I knew it was not a good situation. Yeah.
Your thoughts immediately turned to him.
Yes, absolutely.
And how is he?
He is expected to leave the hospital, I believe, on Monday.
Wow.
Yes.
Another miracle.
Yes. When they took him to the hospital, he was not expected to live.
Once safely on the ground, Darren's first call was to his wife, Brittany, who's pregnant with their first child, a baby girl.
Everybody's asked me, like, well, what if you would have crashed and died and you didn't get a chance to tell your wife you loved her? You could have at least called her. You could have reached out to her. You had time. In my mind, I knew I wasn't going to die. And the thought never crossed my mind to call and tell my wife bye.
But Brittany feared the worst.
I saw his name pop up on my phone, and I always calculate, like when I think he's gonna land. I immediately looked at my watch and I was like, he should have 20 more minutes of flight time. So, honestly, I took a deep breath and prepared myself for it to not be him on the other line.
What was it like to hear her voice?
It was one of the biggest reliefs because I was safe.
You're 7 months pregnant, and you had been worrying about your husband for a reason.
Yeah, so a year ago in April, we lost my brother-in-law while my sister was 6 months pregnant. And when I saw his name on the phone, I told myself, I said, God, we can't do this again. I don't think I can do it again. And thankfully, we didn't have to.
Did you think about your little girl?
I did. Oh, yeah. It's one of the first things that went through my mind. As I was climbing to the front and that plane was in a dive, I was just looking, going, I can't die today. Brittany's pregnant, I got a baby on the way. Not today. Today's not my day.
An unwavering determination to survive in the air, guided by the heavens. What enabled you to manage in a crisis, a life or death emergency like that, and stay so focused and calm?
God.
You felt God's presence there?
Mm-hmm.
Can you explain how?
So everybody always asks me, how did the airplane do what it did? How did it stay together? How did you pull it out? It's the hand of God was on that plane.
Yeah. And on you.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's the only thing I can attribute it to. It's no other explanation for it.
I'm speechless.
Isn't he incredible? I know. It was
Wow.
It was such an honor to get to speak to him. He's really incredible, so inspiring, very funny. He also said, I said, are you like a calm person? Is that kind of your thing? And he said, no.
Really?
Yeah, he said, actually, in fact, as a youngster, I was kind of hot-headed. He's like, I've been working on my dad and going to church and Bible study, trying to calm down. But it's pretty incredible. The other thing, and we'll talk about it in the third hour, but now, look, we're all aerospace engineers now, but it's like you need flaps to land the plane. And he tells this whole story about what happened when he tried to lower the flaps, and he ends up flying without flaps. So he lands without flaps, which is a thing.
His presence of mind every step of the way.
Yes.
And the fact that he said, today's not my day, to have that kind of calm confidence.
Yes. And it really was miracle upon miracle.
Yeah.
I think he, first of all, it was overwhelming because suddenly the whole world is calling him. He goes, I didn't know there was a Today Show in Australia. I was like, that wasn't my call. But, he really wanted to, he was so worried for the pilot. Yeah. And he wanted to make sure that was going to be okay. And it sounds like it is.
Today might be the day he's out.
Yes, I hope so. So
that was awesome.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/planyourvote today.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We're back with our series Dad's Got This, and recently I talked to a truly incredible nurse. He's also a dad, an author, and a podcaster, and he's using his own experiences to show others what it means to be a caregiver. Meet Nurse Papa, a.k.a. David Metzger, a pediatric oncology nurse working at UCSF Children's Hospital in San Francisco. David found his calling as a nurse after falling out of love with his first career as a professional sculptor. Why did you decide to become a pediatric nurse?
What I was doing wasn't feeding my soul in the way I wanted to. And with my first pediatric patient in that first hour of that clinical rotation, I ended up taking care of a little girl who didn't have any parents at the bedside, and she was crying. So I just picked her up and started singing to her. And in that moment, I realized that she was just afraid. And I had this moment of clarity where I was like, oh, I could be a pediatric nurse, and it's something I could be really good at.
Since his career transitioned to nursing, David has become a father of two, as well as a published author. His debut book, Nurse Papa, 16 Meditations on Parenthood from a Pediatric Oncology Nurse, was released last year. This is a book that you were writing on your phone?
That's how it started, because I had my phone in my pocket. There are so many ways to be a caregiver, and there's so many ways to be taken care of. I felt it was really important that people had access to these just rarefied situations where there's so much drama and there's so much pain and joy. Sometimes these things are unresolved and sometimes people are hurt, but we all keep growing.
David, are your kids old enough to get their heads around what it is Dad does?
Oh yeah, they see me come home in my scrubs, every night that I work, and my daughter especially, she's really interested in my patients and what I do. She's always, Papa, tell me about the hospital. Tell me what you did today.
I know that my dad is a nurse. He helps kids with cancer.
And that gets tricky sometimes, because sometimes it's hard to tell these stories. And I think by being honest with our children and being compassionate and by following their lead about what they want to know, you're preparing them to be, humane, compassionate people.
Outside of his weekly nursing shifts at the hospital, David has also been producing and hosting the Nurse Papa podcast.
Nurse Papa is brought to you by,
where he answers questions from parents in a segment called Dear Nurse Papa.
What I really want to do is to normalize the experience of being a parent. It is not easy. I have made so many mistakes. I think this morning I've made 1,000 mistakes with my kids already.
I make a lot of mistakes as well. What are some of your more common mistakes?
Yelling at my kids. I really like to yell, "Don't yell!"
Stop yelling!
Stop yelling!
Why are you yelling?
I think that if you are aware of your mistakes and that you acknowledge them, that means that you're doing an okay job.
In a nod to his artist background, David always wears a colorful stethoscope decorated with hospital wristbands given to him by his patients over the years.
This is 15 years taking care of kids. I mean, this is like my most prized possession. Some of these kids are living, some are not, but it's just been a way to remember them.
That's a beautiful thing. The sadness and the loss. How do you not take that home with you?
You do. I mean, it's just part of it. Like, I think that the opportunity to be there at bedside with these children, even when they're sick, even when they're dying, has been like the greatest gift that I've ever been given, because it's really shown me what life is all about. And it's made me a more complex, caring person.
Wow.
He's a special man. And you made a good point during the story. I mean, doctors, oncology doctors are obviously, angels among us. But the nurses, the nurses are every day. Every day. Every day.
That's great.
You can search for David's Nurse Papa podcast, by the way, wherever you listen and get your podcasts. And for more stories about incredible dads, head over to our website, today.com.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/planyourvote today.
Imagine how exciting it must be for kids when one of the world's greatest athletes comes to visit on the last day of school.
That's amazing.
I mean, exactly. That's what you do
That's
when
awesome.
basketball great LeBron James drops by. This is the I Promise School in his hometown of Akron, Ohio. He's actually vice principal of the school, which is a partnership between Akron and the LeBron James Family Foundation. King James posed for pictures with kids, teachers too, and later posted some of those scenes from that surprise visit online, wishing the students a fun and safe
That's
summer.
pretty awesome. I'm trying
mean,
to think of who showed up to our elementary school. Did you have any big names show up?
No.
Smokey the Bear once.
Yeah, exactly.
Those schools are transformative, by the way.
Yeah, that's great. He does great work on and off the court.
All right, a lot of people learned new skills and hobbies while they were stuck at home during the pandemic, like this little boy. He decided to take up the piano. Okay, 5-year-old Alberto, he lives in Italy. He started playing the piano when the pandemic began. Both his parents are musicians, and it wasn't long before they realized their son was a prodigy, especially when it came to Mozart. They say they're not strict about making him practice, so he still has time to go to school and play and watch TV and wow.
And no sheet music, right? I think he's just playing. That's incredible.
Playing. How can his little hands reach
Yeah.
like keys?
Little tiny fingers.
Impressive.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, the Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
Yo, Today All Day, up next on Hashtag Cooking, Sama Dada has the cure to your midday munchies. She's going to whip up 4 easy snacks so you'll always be prepared when hunger strikes. First up, Sama making one of Hoda's favorite sweet treats, dates stuffed with almond butter that can be served hot or cold. Then she bakes up a simple super maple almond granola. And finally, she's making popcorn that's spiced with garam masala. Say bye-bye to butter with a spicy snack.
I'll just say this, okay? If you have a first date with one of these dates, you will be having more. I can't with myself. I cannot go a single day without snacking. Whether I'm at home or on the go, it is simply hashtag always snack time. Honestly, a world without snacking is simply not one I want to live in. So I cannot wait to show you 3 of my favorite weekly snack staples, my delicious stuffed dates, warm and frozen, my nutty maple granola, and my delicious masala popcorn. I love dates, and no, I'm not talking about the romantic kind, I'm talking about the medjool kind. They are my favorite sweet snack to eat throughout the day, and I'm going to show you how to make them 2 ways, warmed and stuffed and frozen and dipped in chocolate. Most dates come with pits, so I've actually already pitted these. I've got about 10 here, so I'm just going to now take them on a little journey to the microwave for about 10 to 15 seconds just to get them really nice and warm and juicy. Who needs a first date or a second date when you have 10 dates ready to be stuffed with almond butter? Warming the dates brings out their already naturally golden and caramel flavor, and then when you stuff them with almond butter, the heat actually allows the almond butter to melt so it gets really nice and gooey and delicious. I really already want to eat one right now. Okay, we're gonna start stuffing them. So I've got a creamy almond butter here. You can also use a crunchy almond butter. You can use a peanut butter, a cashew butter. If there are any nut butters that you're harboring in your pantry, this will be a great time to use them. I'm pretty generous here. I would say I use about a teaspoon to 2 teaspoons just because I like a lot of almond butter, but you can totally choose however amount works best for your life. Because we've pitted the dates, it actually serves as a really nice pocket for the almond butter to just sit in, a little home, you know? It's like this date was meant for almond butter. You know what I mean? Right? Good form, I think. And I'm just gonna continue with the rest of my dates. So actually, Hoda saw this recipe on my Instagram and has now deemed it to be her favorite snack.
You take a date, and remember I told you the whole thing?
Yes.
You nuke it, you put in some dark chocolate and some almond butter.
yeah.
You know what I like? I like the melted chocolate in the peanut buttery nut butter thing with the salt.
So Hoda, if you're watching this, it's for you. You can kind of see how when I put the almond butter inside this little pocket, it starts to melt a little bit and looks so gooey. Oh. It's like a little river of almond butter that I want to swim in. It's a lucky date. I crack only myself up. So for this recipe and a lot of the other recipes I make using dates, you want to make sure you're buying the medjool kind. I'll just say this, okay? You have a first date with one of these dates. You will be having more. I can't with myself. Someone's got to hold me back for making another date joke because it will happen again. Okay, wait, this guy needs a little more almond butter. I'm so sorry I neglected you for a second. Okay. Okay, I am drowning in almond butter. All of my dates have been stuffed with the almond butter. They look really nice. They look ready to go out on a date. I need to stop. I'm done, I promise. Now that I'm done stuffing all of the dates, I'm just gonna top it with a little bit of sea salt, just to bring out that sweetness and balance everything out really nicely. I sometimes also like to use a salted almond butter too, and that's gonna really create that naturally salty sweet combination, which we love. All right, and there you have it. My favorite warm stuffed dates, my coffee companion, my favorite date.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCNews.com/planyourvote today.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
In my opinion, you can never have enough dates, so I'm going to show you how to make another recipe using dates. They're frozen, stuffed with almond butter, and then dipped in chocolate. So we've got our dates already pitted, and now we're gonna just go ahead and stuff them straight with almond butter. This should feel pretty familiar. Again, we're gonna have the almond butter find a nice little home in this pocket that we've created by pitting the dates. And remember, we are going to be submerging these in chocolate, so we wanna make sure that we don't overfill it with almond butter so that it gets a bit messy, even though we love a bit of messy chocolate. So sometimes when I look at my freezer and I'm like, where did all of the ice cream go? I make these instead. They're also super quick to pull together and use mostly what you have in the pantry. And if you're not keeping dates in your pantry now, take this as your sign to start. If you have a nut allergy, you can even use a tahini or a sunflower seed butter as well. And then when you're done freezing them, they seriously taste like a candy bar. I know you think I'm crazy, but they do, I promise. I eat them for dessert. I eat them as a snack during the day. There's so many things you can do with them. They really are the perfect date. Dates are the perfect date. They are. I'm sorry. And now for my chocolate. All I'm gonna do is melt it in the microwave with a little bit of coconut oil. This is gonna help it get nice and smooth and glossy. We're gonna do this in 10 to 15 second increments, and we're gonna keep stirring throughout so it gets really nice and smooth. Put that straight in there. Got my spoon at the ready for stirring, and now I'm gonna head to the microwave. Go back in the microwave. Now it is time to take our dates for a little swim in chocolate. I think they're excited about this, I'm not sure. Here's what we're gonna do. Grab a date, just drop it straight into the chocolate. Don't worry, it likes this. Roll it around so that the entire date is coated. Make sure you get that residual chocolate to kind of drip off the sides of the spoon like this. And now we're just gonna place it back onto our parchment paper. And now we're going to chocolate swim and repeat. This is like a very luxurious bath, I have to say, for the dates. Because we've stuffed these dates with almond butter, we want to make sure we're rolling it in the chocolate a little bit gently, just so that the almond butter doesn't come out. It's okay if you get a little messy here. Part of the game. It's part of the date. No, that wasn't good. Serve this to your next date. That was better. That was good. That was good. Will I ever stop making date jokes after this? No. Don't expect me to stop. No, it's not gonna happen. It's part of my brand now. One final date. Now, just for good measure, I'm gonna add a little drizzle of chocolate on top. It's gonna make it look really pretty. I don't believe in less is more when it comes to chocolate. I think we always need more chocolate. If you don't like chocolate, I wanna understand you. Please drop me a line. But also, if you don't like chocolate, that's fine. Like, it's totally okay. But I still wanna understand you. Okay. Now I'm just gonna top them with a little flaky sea salt. This is really gonna bring out that sweetness, balance out the chocolate. It is the perfect combination. I'm using a flaky sea salt as well, so it looks really pretty and a little fancy. Okay, we're salted. And now we're ready for the freezer. Can we take a moment? Look at how cute they look. These dates are ready for their date. Gotta stop making date jokes. Okay. These are honestly so good because of the chocolate, because of the almond butter, and that little flaky sea salt. They seriously taste like a candy bar. America's favorite candy bar. You know what I'm talking about. Plating my hot dates with my frozen dates. We're going on a lot of dates today. They honestly look so good. I love them. You know what? I need to take a picture of these to send to Hoda. I know this is her favorite snack. She's gonna love the chocolate ones too. These dates are fully ready for their close-up. It's almost unfair. All right, got the shot. I think it's time for me to taste. I mean, look at that. Mmm. It is so good. The dates are so sweet. The almond butter works so well. That salt, it's making everything come to life. I knew there's a reason why I eat these every day. Now that my dates are done, I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Let's keep this between us. Granola is super easy to make at home. I'm gonna get the ingredients so I can show you how.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Granola is one of my favorite things to make at home. It's super versatile, so you can eat it solo, just munch on it as you're going about your day, or serve it with your favorite yogurt or milk. I'm going to show you how to make my favorite nutty maple granola. For any granola recipe, I like to separate my wet and dry ingredients. We want to make sure that all of the ingredients are thoroughly incorporated, so that's why I'm going to do this. I've got some melted and cooled coconut oil here, and I'm just going to add the rest of my ingredients. I'm using some of my almond butter. And this is going to serve as a really nice mixture for the oats and nuts and seeds and whatever else we're adding to this granola to really cling onto, so we can get those really crunchy clusters. And clusters are why we're all eating granola in the first place anyway, right? Almond butter is in. To sweeten it up, we're going to add some maple syrup. This is the maple portion of my nutty maple granola. Maple adds this really nice golden richness to the granola. It's so good. It's really lightly sweet, so it's not too sweet. I've got all my wet ingredients in my bowl, and now I'm just gonna whisk it until it's nice and smooth. Be careful here. Wear an apron. I don't do it, but you should. We're whisking, and we're whisking. And I just want to whisk this until it's nice and smooth, making sure that all of the ingredients are thoroughly incorporated. Okay, wet ingredients, we're going to set them aside. They're going to hang out for later. And now I'm going to get to work on my dry ingredients. Because I like to maximize the presence of clusters in my granola, it's very important to me, I'm going to crush my nuts before I add them into my oats. So in order to do this, all you have to do, add your nuts into any sort of bag, take a rolling pin or even a bottle, and just get your stress out, like this. You can also roll them if you're more delicate, but I'm really going for it today. I promise I'm a very patient person in general. We want them to be coarsely crushed, but it's okay if we have some bigger or smaller pieces because it's nice to have some texture with our granola. We like the crunch. Okay, I've got my bowl of oats right here. And now I'm just gonna add all of my dry mix-ins in. Adding my pecans in here. My stressed pecans, the result of my stressed pecans. I should also say that if you've got any nuts or seeds that have just been hanging out in your pantry for a little too long, this is a great opportunity to use them up. I'm adding some almonds in now. Just gonna use some cinnamon here. You can also use some nutmeg if you'd like, really whatever you'd like. And then we're gonna add a little pinch of salt. And now I'm just gonna fold in all my dried ingredients together. Make sure everyone gets to know each other. It's very friendly granola. Now that I've mixed all of my dry ingredients together, I'm just gonna add in my wet ingredients and mix everything together. Okay. Here we go. It's very aesthetically pleasing. This wet mixture is really what's gonna help this granola have clusters, so I like to make sure when I am mixing both the wet and dry ingredients together that everything is really nicely coated. Okay, listen closely. The really important thing when you're making granola is to make sure that everyone has some personal space. So we wanna make sure that all of the oats and nuts in this entire mixture is spread out in a very even layer so everyone has room to breathe. By spreading everything out, we're also gonna make sure it bakes in a very even and crisp layer. And we're just patting everything down really gently, spreading it out nicely. We don't want to pat anything too hard to crush any of the nuts. Now that everything is spread out, I'm just going to go bake in the oven at 325 degrees for about 30 to 40 minutes. While our granola is baking, we want to make sure that we're stirring it every 10 to 15 minutes so we can ensure an even and crisp bake. Spread it out evenly again, and then back in the oven we go. The secret to super crispy, crunchy, clustery granola is actually letting it cool completely before you break it apart and serve it. I know it's tempting, but just don't touch it for a little bit, okay? This granola is completely cool, so now I'm just gonna break it apart and add it to my plate. I mean, you just can't. You can't say no to this. This is crazy. Look at how crunchy. The clusters are what I live for. It's the only reason I eat granola. Like, this is the most satisfying thing to me, ever. I will break it apart though. Just a little bit. We want to maintain those clusters though. I'll take granola over a granola bar any day. That's just me. And did you see how easy it was to throw this together? You literally just combine both your wet and dry ingredients and you've got this super delicious, one pan, amazing granola. And look at this bake. It's so even, so golden and crispy. Okay, it's time for me to taste. Waiting to dig into this cluster this entire time. Lightly sweet from the maple syrup, not too sweet, so it's a perfect breakfast companion. Or honestly, you could eat this at any time of the day. You could even top ice cream with this. It's a really nice, crisp, golden layer on top of some vanilla ice cream. Sign me up. You know what? My dad loves this recipe. I make it for him all the time. I'll send him a picture so he can be a little bit jealous of me in it, so he can remember my face. He knows what I look like. He's gonna be so jealous. So good. Speaking of my dad, this next recipe is inspired by him and something he used to make all the time. So I'm gonna go grab the ingredients and start popping some popcorn.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is a variation of a popcorn recipe that my dad used to make all the time. Poor guy. My mom, my sister, and I would always steal some before he could even have a single kernel, so I guess this is redemption for him. I'm going to show you how to make your popcorn really delicious, really flavorful with this spice-infused olive oil mixture. So I've already popped my popcorn, and now I'm just heating my pan on medium-low heat, and I'm going to add a little bit of olive oil. You can use your favorite spices here, but I'm going to use one of my favorites, which is some garam masala. This is a really common blend of Indian spices, and it's really delicious, really warming, creates a very savory flavor in this popcorn. I'm going to add this straight to my oil, along with some cayenne pepper. This is going to take it up a notch in the spice department because I like things very spicy. Finally, I'm going to add a little pinch of salt. And now all we're going to do is just stir our spices. Now the reason that we're heating the spices here in the oil is because nobody likes a raw spice. Raw spices are not cute to eat, so we want to cook the spices with the oil so they become fragrant, they become aromatic, and it just infuses a lot of flavor into your popcorn. I was so obsessed with popcorn in college, I'm pretty sure it's the only reason I made it through. I would just snack on it like all the time. Got me through my exams. Thank you, popcorn. It's done so much for me in my life. And you want to make sure you continue to stir your spices in with the oil so it doesn't burn. We're only doing this for about a minute or so until you smell that delicious aromatic spice smell. You don't want it to smell too raw. When you allow the garam masala to cook in this oil, you can really smell all of those individual spices, the cumin, the cloves, the coriander. It smells so fragrant. So my spices and my oil smells really aromatic. I've cooked it for about a minute. Now it's time to just drizzle it over my popcorn. There we go. I'm just gonna shake it up so everything is fully incorporated in here. Now I'm gonna drizzle it over my popcorn. It smells so good. Now I'm just going to toss it so that everything is well incorporated. This is just a really great way to make a flavor-infused popcorn so that you're not just going with the plain salt, you're not just going with the plain butter, there's a little something extra going on. Now that my spices are fully incorporated in my popcorn, I'm going to add a little bit of nutritional yeast. This adds a very cheesy and savory flavor to the popcorn without actually adding any cheese. Mix that in a little bit. And then I'm going to finish with a little pinch of salt. I have to show my dad that I made this. It's a little bit better than his. Don't tell him. I'm so mean. It smells so good. I seriously wish you could smell it. I cannot wait to dig in. So I'm just not gonna wait. I'm going to dig in. Oh, come on. Okay, this might be dramatic, but I don't think I can eat regular popcorn ever again. It's so good. And again, you can use your favorite spices here. You can even do a little salt and pepper, a little garlic powder. Really make it your own, but just know that I have a feeling you will not go back to regular salted popcorn. Butter? Who is she? It's so good. It's really good. You guys should try this. The next time you get a snack attack, all I have to say is just don't panic. Remain calm. Make these 3 recipes. They're so delicious and the best way to keep your days going. Whew. Hey guys, Super busy, cooking up a storm, but I have something exciting to tell you. Hashtag cooking is back, so tune into Today All Day. Okay, I got some in the oven, I gotta go. See you later.
Do you ever just look around and say, I can't believe we did this?
Yes, totally. That was like the light bulb moment.
I got up there and I just said I quit my job and started this company.
And I just kept going. It was a lot of testing and learning.
There's been a lot of tears along the way.
We can actually change the world.
When did you have the moment, I made it, I did it? Hey everyone, and welcome to She Made It, where we celebrate female entrepreneurs who are betting on themselves, creating game-changing brands, and climbing their way to the top to lead successful businesses. For the next half hour, our She Made It Problem Solvers edition will highlight incredible women whose businesses not only inspire us, but make our lives easier and more enjoyable in the process. Plus, I'll reveal my She Made It list featuring 3 small businesses I've had my eye on, from homemade candles with clean ingredients to a beauty product that leaves your skin fresh and clear. Trust me, you're going to want to shop and support. So let's get started. Our first problem solver worked in the tech industry and noticed that women missed out on some crucial moments in the workplace because they had to run back to their desk to get their purses before work lunches. Now think about that. She thought men keep everything on them, in their pockets, etc. So why not women? Her company, Argent, is making that possible.
We have an unbelievably powerful community of women and feel really fortunate to have dressed and to be dressing the women that we are.
Sally Christensen is suiting up women for success. I love this. While working in the tech industry, Sally was frustrated by the lack of stylish yet versatile clothing options for women.
And then you say, I want to make suits with function. Tell me the path there.
I read a study that showed that women are judged based on appearance, and they quantify the impact of what you wear on your bottom line over your lifetime. It ends up being really significant. And so that was it for me. Like, that was the catalyst.
As founder and CEO behind Argent, Sally hopes to redefine women's workwear with its colorful style and pockets.
Yeah, these are cool, I think.
And this one has even more functionality, right?
You have an interior pocket for your phone, for your credit card, for your ID. Really just streamlines your day-to-day. And then this blazer actually has microfiber in the pockets. Like, essentially, this can be used to clean your glasses and your phone screen.
So smart. And how did you come up with the name?
My great-grandfather started a company in the early 1900s. It was called Argent Mill. It was undefined, it was strong, it was easy and simple. It felt right, and it means so much to me.
The bold and functional brand has made an impression on some of the biggest names in politics.
I think the greatest story to tell is that how you met Hillary Clinton and pitched your line.
I managed to weasel myself into the photo line, and I got up there and I held open my jacket. I just said I quit my job and started this company. She had a physical reaction. Her jaw dropped, and she got it.
These aren't your typical corporate suits.
Yeah, the vision was to rethink the category beyond like a black skirt suit, like really giving women quality clothing they actually want to wear. Sounds like really intuitive, but for some reason no one's done that.
Sally set out to change that when she quit her tech job in 2015.
So that had to have been a little bit scary.
It was not, because I felt that the experience, regardless of outcome, really was going to benefit me, but I have to see this idea through.
At first, Sally says she met with investors who told her utility did not belong in women's fashion.
So tell me about your first few meetings. How many yeses, how many nos?
It's a pretty tough experience. I mean, you get so many nos, but finally got that first check, and that just sort of like opened the door to all the others.
After raising $750,000 within a year, Argent made its debut at a local women's conference in the Bay Area.
Tell me about that first day that you said, here's Argent, come get it.
We were unboxing clothing from the factory. A lot of pieces I'd never even seen the production version of. and women were going crazy. And one day we sold $25,000 worth of product, and that was day one. It was such validation. I think we could do something awesome.
Yeah. Since its launch, Arjun has become a multi-million-dollar company, dressing women from all walks of life in color and confidence.
Confidence is everything.
Everything. Our goal is to allow you to show up best foot forward and just own the meeting and feel great about yourself.
As a workwear company, navigating the pandemic was challenging, to say the least. But with return to office in full swing, Arjun has seen a rebound of demand as women look to suit up. In 2021, Arjun even partnered with companies like LinkedIn and Time's Up on a back-to-work campaign addressing the disproportionate impact the pandemic had on women in the workforce, providing tangible tools, resources, and career opportunities. Their spring collection is out. It's full, easy, versatile, and lightweight cottons and linens will fit the bill. They're great. Really check them out. They're investment pieces, but they're worth it. All right, now a She Made It entrepreneur who reimagined the video calls by making them fun and turning them into play dates. It was a game changer for families who couldn't connect in person during the pandemic. But Max Tuckman is just getting started.
Do you see the squirrel? Check him out. We're hearing from a lot of our users that this is how they're going to celebrate the holidays together. We can't recreate the dinner table, but we can help recreate grandma getting on the couch with the grandkids and reading them a story.
Max Tuckman is taking the family video chat to the next level.
Tell me about Caribou. Explain it to someone who hasn't heard about it yet.
Regular video calls are just not engaging. The child gets very unfocused and bored and leaves. And so what Caribou does is it combines that video call with an in-app library where we have thousands of books in 10 different languages. We have coloring sheets. We have games that we just launched, so two players can match up memory cards. We have puzzles.
You have background in teaching, so how did that play into this?
I was a 12th grade teacher here in Miami, and it was really very frustrating, to have 18-year-olds who could read on a 5th grade reading level. And that's not just where I taught. That is happening across the country.
Max got her MBA in public policy at Harvard and went on to serve as manager of education projects under New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg and as a White House fellow under President Obama.
I think a lot of times one of the biggest reasons why things don't work is because the system is incredibly complicated. So my goal was always understand the system so that I can use the system for good.
I thought it was really beautiful how this idea came about.
We found a picture of a soldier who was trying to read a children's book to his daughter, and you see his laptop. You see him with a humongous children's book. You're like, well, he can't be having a good experience, right? Because he's looking this way. And then the child can't be having a good experience because it's a tiny little camera on a laptop. There's cars literally driving themselves on the road. And this is the best technology we have for families.
With $700 in her bank account, Max pitched her idea dozens of times and quickly won or became a finalist in more than 30 competitions, earning over $100,000 in prize money to launch Caribou.
A lot of people sitting home right now are saying, I have this idea, how do I get it started? And you didn't have millions of dollars sitting in your bank account.
This was just too good of an idea, and I just wasn't gonna let it die because less than 2% of women, less than 2% of Latinas, and less than 2% of companies based in Miami get VC funding. So I was like, I'm gonna make this work.
Since then, Caribou has raised over $3 million. And unlike so many other companies, the business really skyrocketed when the coronavirus pandemic began.
When the pandemic hit, at that point, over almost 1 billion children across the globe were out of school. We ended up kind of expanding globally. We're now in over 200 countries and territories. We ended up with a ton of new publishers that reached out to us and said, we'd love to have our books on your platform.
So you're up 10 times from where you started pre-pandemic. What's next for Caribou?
I always say global domination is next.
I like it.
Working on it every day. But yeah, I just want to make sure that Caribou is in more and more children's hands so that they can have these amazing, interactive, engaging, educational video calls with their friends and family.
All right, how crazy is this? Leah Sullivan, the founder of TaskRabbit, was at home on maternity leave and caught our segment about Max and Caribou. She went on to invest $1 million in the company. Caribou was named one of Apple's 15 best apps of 2020 and one of Mashable's 2021 tech we're thankful for. They've added books, stickers, games, and activities to their platform and will continue to connect folks and families near and far. All right, coming up, we'll tell you about a mom who couldn't find a book that featured a kid who looked like her son. So, of course, she made it. And the founder who was craving seeds of creativity until she started her blooming business. You won't want to miss it.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to She Made It with some problem-solving businesswomen. There's nothing like, as we know, a mom with a mission. Dr. Tomisha Booker noticed a need for diversity in children's books, inspired by her son. Take a look.
My name is Tomisha Booker. I was raised in California by my biracial mother and white grandmother. Growing up, I remember hurtful things being said about my skin color, which still pains me today. In grad school, I studied skin color bias and worked as a licensed social worker in early childhood mental health. In 2016, I was pregnant with my first child, a son, and would search bookstores for stories with a little brown boy on the cover every time I left empty-handed. My son Carter was born in 2016. Not only did I want him to see himself on the pages, I wanted the world to see Carter the way I did. Amazing, smart, talented, and so much more. So I self-published my first children's book under my company, Hey Carter Books, in 2017 and have released 6 more since then. I started selling them at festivals and local bookstores, and now they're available on Amazon and Walmart. This past year, Jill Scott read my book, Brown Boy Joy, for the Netflix series celebrating Black voices. Hey Carter Books is showing the world exactly what Brown Boy Joy is.
Since our segment aired, Tomisha has released 3 new books, including Santa Claus is Coming to the Town and Froze Braids Fades and Waves, a celebration of Black boy hairstyles. So great. Also, she tells us that a major production company reached out to Hey Carter Books after seeing our feature, and something big may be in the works. Stay tuned. How exciting. All the best to Tomisha and Carter. Now we have another company that's hoping to empower women. I give these as gifts all the time. One little word at a time.
My name is Adriana Carrig, and I'm the founder of Little Words Project. Growing up, I was ostracized and bullied by other girls. By college, the cruelty continued, and I knew I had to break the cycle. I made my first batch of inspirational word bracelets in my college dorm room. My sorority sisters wore them proudly and spread the word. So, upon graduation, out of my parents' basement, I created a company built on kindness. With words like fearless, grateful, believe, and more, our bracelets remind people that they are strong and that they are loved. We're now in 1,000 retailers across the U.S., including Nordstrom and Anthropologie. We call ourselves the Nice Girl Gang and are proud to be spreading positivity when the world truly needs it the most.
I just love these. Now, the Little Words Project says that after their segment aired with us, they had a sales day nearly as high as Black Friday. And since then, they've doubled their growth year over year and are on pace to do it again. They've expanded into retail and just launched their biggest step into giving back to the community with an always-on collection that donates to 15 nonprofits supporting causes ranging from LGBTQIA inclusion to mental health and beyond. Next up, we're moving into the world of fashion. Ayoung Kim Stobar is a force who is making cozy clothing cool, one stitch at a time.
For the past 24 years, I have lived fashion and entertainment. I've designed for multiple brands, served as an assistant designer for Academy Award-winning designer Ruth Carter, and worked with the Wayans brothers as VP of Product Development. In 2008, my friends Joy and I felt there was a void in the children's clothing market. So with her photography skills and my design experience, we decided to launch Joa Love together, selling elevated yet comfortable clothing for kids. I made the patterns and even sewed some of the first samples right from my apartment. Over the past 12 years, Joa Love has continued to grow, selling at Nordstrom, Saks Fifth Avenue, and hundreds of boutiques across the US and Canada. Then we were hit with the pandemic early this year. The thought of laying off my staff was devastating to me. I had to do something. My husband reminded me that I had a warehouse full of fabric and resources to make the cloth masks, so I started making the patterns. Since then, we've created a new apparel category, sold thousands of masks for kids and adults, and the best part, all while keeping our staff employed.
Look at these. I mean, everything about these is amazing. Since our spot aired, Joa Love customers who found them through their comfy face masks discovered their butter soft clothing and are now customers who buy both. And in 2021, due to the rise in crimes against Asian Americans and in support of the Stop Asian Hate movement, Joa Love donated $10,000 to organizations helping the AAPI community. Ayoung welcomed her second son, Phineas, and now she has a new model for Joa Love. All right, now from fashion to flowers, our next entrepreneur is Cameron Hardesty, who wanted to bridge a gap in the floral industry. To say the least, her idea blossomed. Take a look.
8 years ago, I was working in communications at the White House, but I was craving some creativity, so I emailed the chief floral designer, Laura Dowling, to volunteer in the flower shop. For the next year and a half, I learned a ton about floral design. Then, in 2015, I went all in, leaving the White House to work for a major flower startup as head of products. I also started planning my wedding. It was during this time I saw how an antiquated supply chain made wedding flowers more expensive than they had to be, and I wanted to change that. So in 2019, I launched Your Poppy right from my dining room table, combining tech, farms, and floral designers to make event florals more accessible. By January 2020, our wedding season was booked up. Then the pandemic struck. Couples postponed their big days, and I had to figure out a way to keep Your Poppy alive. So I created Poppy at Home, a DIY flower arranging kit for people to express their creativity. Since then, we've shipped over 100,000 stems, and we've been booking weddings nonstop. Today, we're continuing our mission to provide flowers to help spark creativity, heal, and inspire.
There's nothing like having fresh flowers. Well, Poppy says their appearance on the Today Show was like, quote, rocket fuel. The month following their segment was their biggest sales month since launch, even bigger than Mother's Day. And in December 2020, they closed a $1.65 million venture funding round. And now they have turned back to focus on wedding flowers, great for me. And by 2022, they grew their wedding sales 340%, passing $2 million in all-time revenue. Bravo. All right, up next, a woman who pieced together a successful business that is also supporting female artists. Stay with us.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to She Made It. Our next founder turned a relaxing hobby into a booming business, and one that supports female artists at that. Let me introduce you to the woman behind Jiggy, a company that's much more than just fun and games.
I had a puzzle lying around. I picked it up and immediately it clicked.
For Kaylin Marcotte, working at a tech startup required finding ways to unplug.
I started doing about 1,000-piece puzzle every week, and I started posting all of my completed ones, and so my friends are like, wow, Kaylee gave him the puzzle girl.
Through her new hobby, Kaylin found a missing piece in the puzzle market.
You say to yourself, there's something here.
I really just started thinking about, like, what would my dream puzzle look like? My first thought was the art itself just needs to be better. If I'm spending 8, 10, 12 hours studying every detail of this, then I want to connect with it.
That led Kaylin on a mission, not only to elevate puzzles, but empower female artists as well.
You're able to incorporate artists whose art may not be shown. Tell me how that came about.
Really is an industry that is still quite unequal for female artists. So I really wanted to bake in from the beginning profit sharing and giving artists a platform to highlight their work, to have it be interacted with in a whole new way.
This 360 experience of building the puzzle, wanting to be invested in the theme of the puzzle, then being able to display it, which is experience that didn't exist before.
Yes, completely. I've gone down these, rabbit holes online to see if people were doing this, and there were some Reddit threads of people who glue and keep all of their puzzles, but it was certainly not productized or commercialized. I felt there was something there I could really take hold of and build something around.
So she did. In November 2019, with just $25,000 of savings, Kaylin officially launched Jiggy.
Yes. Does everyone say to you, let's get jiggy with it?
Of course, yes.
Right away, it was a huge success, breaking even just weeks later. But when the pandemic hit, Jiggy sold out their entire inventory.
You had the opposite problem during the pandemic because businesses were struggling because of demand. You had demand, but no puzzles.
Exactly. We saw immediate spike in demand and sales and traffic. And so we tried to rush back into production, but the supply chains were affected. I'm like, I'm a 5-month-old company. How do I still continue to grow and be relevant and build our audience when I have nothing to sell?
Undeterred, Kaylin pivoted and had artists paint directly onto blank puzzles, creating one-of-a-kind pieces and much-needed merchandise.
We then hosted essentially an art auction, and we split the proceeds between the artist and the COVID fundraising relief efforts in New York City.
Today, Jiggy has sold more than $1 million in puzzles in all 50 states and dozens of countries.
Do you ever imagine that you could make this much money and revenue in puzzles?
I definitely hoped. I wasn't sure, but once I saw it clicking, I knew we were onto something.
What would you say is your biggest blessing that has happened in this 1.5-year journey?
It's just been such a steep learning curve and a million things I didn't even know that I would need to learn. But, you know, in that is kind of the most fulfilling thing too, just to really see how far I have come and to feel good about taking a bet on myself has been really rewarding.
We were all getting jiggy with puzzles during the pandemic, especially in my family. And Jiggy hosted their first community-driven puzzle art contest and had over 500 artists submit their work. The winners were released this past April in their spring 2022 Full Bloom collection. They also launched frame pairings so that people can easily transform their puzzle into wall-worthy art. And in May, Jiggy released their first puzzles just for kids. Well, coming up, 3 small businesses created by problem-solving female founders that will make a difference in your homes and even on your face. Stay with us.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
This is a critical choke point for this fire.
And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. I have even more brands from women-owned companies that I'm excited to share with you on my She Made It list. I'm bringing you fabulous businesses that were all founded as solutions to issues their founders faced. Okay, let's start with companion candles. After many hours of quarantine with her pup, Lauren Lewis realized that her store-bought candles did not live up to their claims or her standards. They were filled with ingredients that were harmful not only to her, but her dog as well. So she started making her own homemade clean versions. Companion candles are made in small batches with an organic coconut soy blend wax and the highest quality fragrances. And for every purchase, $1 is donated to an animal welfare organization. So nice, and they smell delicious. All right, next up, we all need a hero, right? Enter Hero Cosmetics. Working her way up to major companies like Samsung and American Express, Columbia Business School alum Ju Rue founded Hero Cosmetics in 2017 with one product, the Mighty Patch. Today, a box of Mighty Patches are sold every 3 seconds. The Mighty Patch is an award-winning hydrocolloid patch that you press on your pimples overnight so you wake up with clearer-looking skin. Also in the product lineup is the Force Shield Super Light Sunscreen, the Clear Collective Gentle Milky Cleanser, and the Brave Body Power Wash that exfoliates and cleanses. Really awesome items. And next up, another trailblazing skincare line, I Know Skincare. Founded by beauty industry insider Jermaine Bolds-Lethbridge at the age of 63. I Know Skincare caters to older women of color. The collection is a celebration of aging and was created for women of color over 50 who are living their best lives and want to develop a new relationship with their skin. The products have empowering names like Me First, a powder cleanser, and Eyes Matter Instant Smoothing Eye Serum. There are bundles available to help consumers save money and get glowing and just make the routine easier. Well, that's all I have, unfortunately, for She Made It Problem Solvers edition. Thank you so much for watching. And remember to shop these small businesses. Scan the QR code at the bottom of the screen or head over to today.com/shop. Support. I'm Joel Martin, and I'll see you next time.
Jumping straight in, gang's back together. What's it like being back together for the festival?
I hate these people.
It's great. Sarah, Zach, and I got here 2 days ago, and we partied a little bit. And then these guys came in. Bill got in the morning yesterday, and we partied a little bit. And then last night, everybody else got in, and we partied a little bit more. So it's just like old times.
Pulled an all-nighter, and now...
And then went right to work.
It was so nostalgic last night to be sitting around with the gang telling old stories and talking about all the people we love and stuff. It was really I'm not an emotional guy usually, and the first thing Donald said to me this morning was, he said, "You almost cried last night," which is so grade school, by the way. I'm still mad about it. But I did. It made me really happy.
What was it that almost got you?
For me, it was seeing everybody again. I love all these people. I don't just want to work with them. I like being around them. And then walking down the streets of Austin as a group for dinner and having people that were just going out to have a night do double takes and go, "You from Scrubs?"
We changed streets on the way home from dinner because there were so many drunk people that it was becoming hard to get home.
Well, I think it would be overwhelming to be drunk on the streets of Austin.
And the entire cast of Scrubs walking by.
Not just one of you. I mean, it's the entire cast.
Yeah, we were walking in one group.
We've hung out over the years, but this is the first time in years, obviously, since the beginning of the pandemic, that we've all done this. And Bill took us for this amazing dinner last night, and we were like, "Thanks for dinner, Bill, and thanks for a career."
Right,
by
very
the way,
much,
because this job changed
all of our lives.
And not just your lives. I mean, one of the things that we hear time and time again from medical professionals is this was the show that made them want to get into medicine.
Of all of the medical shows, this is what universally doctors and nurses say was the most accurate. I think that's such a testament to Bill, because he always said, "We're going to be very silly sometimes, but I always want the medicine to be completely accurate so it balances it out."
Bill, you're not a doctor.
Not yet.
I'm not a doctor, but I guarantee you everybody on the panel agrees the one thing from this TV show more than any gig I've ever had is you and your entire extended family use it whenever you're in a medical situation at a hospital. Whenever you're in a hospital or getting a surgery, just to be like,
I know.
"You guys are the Scrubs. Make sure I don't die."
Do you guys get a lot of calls from friends saying, "Hey, I know you're not a real doctor, but I've got this condition"?
No, but we all call, this is inspired by Bill's college buddy, a doctor, cardiologist now named John Doris. And I don't know about you guys, but we almost all call him as a second we have a medical problem. Because I text him, I'm like, "Does this look bad?"
Definitely a mistake to give me his number. I'm kind of a hypochondriac a little bit.
Kinda.
He's the real JD, so we call him Real. So we're always like, "Real, we have a problem."
And he was your college roommate?
My college roommate. He ended up having Dr. Kelce's job. He's on the news for giving the first vaccine in LA. He ran the vaccine program for all kinds. A huge cardiologist and surgeon out there. He doesn't go by JD anymore because he said it's too exhausting to keep explaining to med students. So he goes by John now. He's like, "I can't, when I'm trying to tell somebody to not kill someone, it's too hard for me when they go, was it all based on you? Who's Elliot?"
So when you went to school together and you guys were roommates, you probably saw him partying. I mean,
Dude, he was a disaster.
Really?
Yeah, this show exists on some level because I said my nightmare, knowing who he was in his early 20s, would be to wake up in an emergency room and see that idiot over me. "You're going to be fine, man." And I'd be like, "I don't feel good about this at all."
And that's what we saw in the show.
He's a great guy, though. Great. And this is good Scrubs trivia. You guys see if you guys can get it. Elliot is based on JD's wife. Do you know JD's wife's name? Because I'm bad at naming characters, I named another character after her on our show.
Molly
Clark. Heather Graham played Molly Clark, who's Dolly Clark. Dolly is JD's wife, who is actually Elliot.
Is it hard to keep track of all the people you have had on the show?
Yeah, it's a testament to aging. It's really hard. And I just started watching the episodes now. My child is watching the show. So they're always asking me questions. When you did this, did that happen? I was like,
Did all your kids watch?
No.
My youngest, Henry, he's 15. He finally, because he resisted, and then he finally watched it during the, when we were all kind of locked up. And so underwhelming, by the way. I know he enjoyed it, but he's a cool 15-year-old. And I walked in when he was finishing the 8th season, and I go, "What'd you think?" He goes, "Hey, pretty good. You want to go get pizza or something?"
One of our other writers, Matt Tarsis, was excited that his kids finally wanted to watch. And, the show is pretty darn risque still. And he walked in and he was watching some intense, sex scene or something between characters. And Matt was like, "All right, enjoy. I'm going to go in the other room."
It's always impressive how people are, it's literally a show about death. But all those sex scenes make people uncomfortable. When we get to that place where we're talking about they're not as worried. And that's a testament also to Bill to surround what it really is about with humor. All those things that are inevitable in life and try to have some fun and some sex.
Well, I can't imagine what that was like when you first started, because it was a comedy and yet death is such a big role. How did you get that on TV? Death and comedy.
I think, look, it's a testament to the actors and actresses here that worked, because it's very hard to do really silly stuff and then have things with emotional stakes and have it switch on a dime. But I think we all operated under the belief that the show was going to go away, because that's how TV worked. Neil Flynn and I, we were talking last night, even though it's now lore, we had a conversation that I always thought for a second he was going to be a figment of Zach's imagination.
You people, you think of me as nothing but the janitor.
So he never talked to any other characters at first, really, just because I thought the show was going to be on and off, so quick. So for us, just getting to do it for so long is such a gift. And for me personally, getting to hear all these folks say such nice things about the experience, especially how I think we've all tried to kind of recapture it since then, was kind of really special.
That's the crazy thing, is that you go to other sets and you're like, "We're like family, guys." We're like, you try to force it. We're like family. We're a family. And it doesn't feel like it doesn't feel like this ever.
Right.
It never feels like this. It gets close, but never like this.
No eagles on other sets.
Listen, man. I found my life partner while making this show, man. It's like.
By the way, this is going to be on the Today Show.
Exactly.
Your wife's going to watch this.
Oh, my wife is watching? I found my life partner, Casey Cobb, while making Scrubs. And we have 2 beautiful children together.
I didn't hear that.
What's the thing that you guys must get people asking you to eagle all the time?
Eagle!
Judy, Sarah, Johnny C, do you get people?
Girl's name. People want me to call them a girl's name. And there's a couple of go-tos, and then I keep walking.
Yeah, okay.
All right, Susan.
Yeah. Nice to meet you, Susan.
He cross-gendered me.
Donald and I are doing this rewatch podcast where we...
It's called Fake Doctors, Real Friends for all of you.
Yeah, thank you for the plug. It's a very surreal experience because we don't remember a lot of it. But it is our exact sense of humor, obviously, because we find the show very funny.
Oh, Turk, that's a stupid sitcom. I mean, that's a sitcom.
And we were cracking up at stuff you don't remember, but it's you. And it's just such a bizarre experience.
Yeah, it's like I was there, but I just don't remember.
And so we're watching it anew and enjoying it and laughing through 6 seasons thus far. And then you're like, I have no memory of doing that, but that was very, very funny.
Yeah, I didn't realize I was naked as much as I was.
You were naked a lot. You looked great.
We had a rule on that show. This is why the character of the Todd kind of exists. We really wanted it to be about comedy, but sex and love and death all intermixed. And we said, we're going to be risque sexually. And Judy and Sarah were both scantily clad a number of times, but there's a very strong female presence in the writer's room. They said it has to be equal opportunity as far. And so the only way we could make up the gap was occasionally putting Rob Maschio in a thong.
Oh, that's right, the banana hammock.
The banana hammock, yeah.
And so the girls would all be like, yeah, Sarah or Judy, one of them had to wear a nightie and be kissing on some guy, so we're going to definitely put Rob in a thong.
And we saw your nip. We almost saw your nipples.
I
They
was
were
naked
always
a lot, and I remember once I had to dance naked in front of Tara Reid.
Yeah.
And I'm going to Today Show-ify this. The minimal covering that was covering my area came off during the dance, and so Tara Reid saw everything I have.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
I gotta ask about the dream sequences. They were extravagant. I mean, what was the most expensive dream sequence you ever came up with?
The most expensive joke.
And here comes a big one.
Was I wanted Zach to be riding a scooter, and I wanted him to go in a puddle and go underwater completely, and then come up.
Where was I?
And Randall, the line producer we all love dearly, who also played Leonard, the security guard. I still work with him. He's by the way, Randall and I are Turk and JD. We just kind of flipped a little bit. He came into the writer's room and he goes, "This joke's gonna cost $75,000. He's like, "You sure you want to do it?" And at that point, I was, I was not as responsible as I think I would be now. And I'm like, "Yeah, it's gonna be really funny." He's like, "It's a $75,000 joke. You sure?" He's like, "We're gonna have to have a stuntman drive in with the weights attached to his pockets, so he stays underwater."
And destroy a scooter, and then because the holes were needed to be deep enough, they had the city made them. What do you call it when you put wood to secure?
Yeah, it was like we were digging a pool in the parking lot.
They had to come in and make it safe because it could the asphalt could have collapsed on us both.
You saw a manatee down there, right?
Yes, his name was Julian. Yes.
Did he say anything?
That's Julian.
He didn't, and we didn't exchange pleasantries. And then Neil says, "That's Julian."
That was all improv.
To tip our hat to Neil Flynn, that was not in the script. He was just being Neil Flynn.
I think I saw a manatee.
Was his name Julian?
We didn't exchange pleasantries.
That's Julian.
How much ad-libbing did you guys do?
I would say Neil did most of the ad-libbing. We got, we did it the way Bill wanted us to do it, and then he would say play around a little bit. But Neil would just go, it wouldn't be lines for him. It would just be Neil says something funny, and then he would go off and really crush.
1, 2.
Oh!
Yeah?
No!
You owe me $500.
Everybody here, when the show's working, you can tell that the ownership of characters shifts from the writers to the actors and actresses, and everyone here would do stuff that was not on the page that we would use and take credit for. They're all so talented. The one that did it a little less because it was Johnny C, because I was not, always super prepared as a writer, and I would hand John these giant page-long monologues, and I'd be like, "You got to do this word for word in about 45 minutes. If there's anything I can help you with, you go ahead and let me know."
Is that where the Dr. Cox anger came from?
Interns, flee now! Now there is just no way you could have known that off the top of that straw-covered scarecrow head of yours.
No, the two things that happened was I was so competitive with Billy that I decided if I was going to memorize this, I was not going to give you a cut point. you're going to damn sure stay on me the whole time. And so I would take a huge breath and then talk in kind of a Martin Scorsese syncopation, and I never gave him a cut point. Foolish me, Billy cut away whenever he wanted to. And I was so panicked with being handed on Monday morning a rewrite, which was really much better than when I spent the whole weekend memorizing. I had my room soundproofed because Zach and Donald were responsible for so much mayhem going on in the hallway that I couldn't concentrate. And then for the first year, dogs were allowed in the hospital until one bit another one. And then
do you remember what you said about the dog? Just so you know, we all lived in a deserted hospital, and we let everybody bring their dogs, and their kids were around, people in his family atmosphere. And John came to me once, and he was not joking, and he had dogs, and he said, I will sacrifice one of my dogs as an offering.
I couldn't concentrate.
If we could simply make it so there's no dogs here in the building.
And of course, as karma dictates, because I couldn't stand them the most, because I was in such a panic trying to get the words in my skull, they all peed and pooped right outside my door.
All you would ever hear was Johnny go, "Get out!" and you see some poor dog wandering out of this room.
I couldn't memorize with all this stuff going on. That's why when I listened to Zachy and Donald's podcast, Fake Doctors, Real Friends, which is genius, it's all news to me because I was in my soundproof dressing room trying to remember Billy's words.
So we really did shoot in an abandoned hospital. We didn't have trailers. Each of our trailers were abandoned hospital rooms, patient rooms. And one of the things that made this family so special was we weren't on some giant backlot. We weren't on sets. I mean, obviously some of the sets, like the apartment, et cetera, the bar, they were built into the hospital. But we had our own studio. Everything was in this abandoned hospital. And so it really did bond us with the crew, obviously as a cast. The writers were all there. The editorial was all there. And it was just such a unique experience I don't know could ever happen again because it was like we were on a ship together.
The writers was a big piece of that. Like, and every show since then, like that was my first big job. And I kind of thought, oh, that's how it works. And then on every other job, you don't often meet all the writers because you're not on the same campus altogether. Mm-hmm. And we would all eat lunch together at the lunch tent and the writers would all come too and we'd hang out with them or we'd go down to the writers' room and hang out. And that's, it's not an experience that I've ever seen.
You try to recreate it, but every set I go to, it's great to be around actors and everything like that, but it's really about the crew, you know what I mean? And so you really try to, what we had on our set was the crew was just, like Zach said, was a part of the family, just like the actors were. We did everything with them after work. We would go to bars, we had a lot of nights where we all were together. And I try to do that when I go to other sets. And people aren't really up for that, you know what I mean? Especially now with all, with the pandemic and stuff like that. But I don't think I'll ever experience what we had on this show again. As far as
end line, no matter what anybody else says. What? End line of the piece, no matter what anybody else says.
I was trying to get it.
Everybody here's going for it, by the way.
I was trying to get it.
I want to do. Wait.
Your turn.
I'm not going to do anything new. I'm just going to see who they pick. Watch this. I don't think any of us are ever going to have that type of experience ever again.
I've heard some of you say that this was the best time of your lives.
Yeah.
Does that still
I had
stand?
nothing to compare it to. So when we were there, I thought this is amazing. This is how it works. This is how it works on shows. So when you go to another show and, it's more of an individual effort to know the entire crew's name, try to get friendly with the writers and stuff, but it is something because of this experience and how it was set up that we bring or that I bring to another job, and it's impossible to repeat, but it's a wealth of experience and a journey that you can't compare to anything else, but that you can try.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Your chemistry is legendary. How did you get things done? I mean, how did you get through takes?
We laughed so much.
We laughed so hard.
Who was the worst? Who was the worst at keeping a straight face?
Watch this.
We discovered
to the point where there was a noise.
we discovered that there was a specific noise we could make, that noise, and Sarah would always start laughing.
Oh,
and so we would mess with her when it was like midnight and the crew was like, we need to go home.
we all have families.
But we would do it so quietly that the crew wouldn't notice that we were doing it. And
I was largely my
And
own.
a snort. And a
I was
snort.
largely my own worst
And
enemy.
when they do that, I was like, why is she still laughing?
I would largely beat myself up because I never liked the camera to cut, and I would just shy of flailing, putting a right into my eye. If I made a mistake with some of Billy's words, I would have a temper tantrum aimed at me, and then continue.
You'd occasionally hit a wall or a paper towel dispenser.
That's the thing. I feel like Johnny knew where there's going to be plywood here, and then this is just going to be an empty wall. Boom!
You don't want to hit the stud.
Right, you don't want to hit the stud.
Yeah, Johnny knew where to not hit the stud.
Where not to hit.
I was just thinking last night how it was the best job in the world because you knew you were going to belly laugh several times a day. And that was just obviously the scripts, but also just we loved each other so much and we cracked each other up. And there was so much downtime that we just laugh all day long. And I haven't had any experience like that ever. I
don't even eat lunch with the crew and everything anymore. I just go right to my trailer.
Well, I think COVID, obviously made changed all that.
All of us.
Yeah.
And,
You're on other sets and you're FaceTiming them.
Oh, I FaceTime him all the time. I once FaceTime. We had something that we had to do, and I FaceTimed him, and he was pissed because I couldn't make it. I was stuck at work. He's like, "Put the AD on the phone." I was like, "Get out of here! Don't put the AD on the phone."
I was like, I want to talk to the first assistant director.
Like, no.
Well, and speaking of phones, you had a phone number that you put on the show. And did that
Cal
phone?
Turk.
Yeah, call Turk.
That was insane. I can't believe they let us do that. No one in America can have that number again because they didn't realize what was going to happen. He called up and I'm like, "Is there an open phone number? Like, what are you going to do?" I'm like, "Because you can't say a real phone number on TV. We've all lived a world of them saying 555,
Right.
and like I want to get a real one. I'm going to put this is our promotion idea. I'm going to put Turk's phone number on television. We had a map of everywhere in the world that people would call from." And my weirdest experience, because I got so excited that people from everywhere were watching the show, is I took the phone home one night, and these guys all know, I'm going to curse here so we can bleep it out, but these guys all know my wife and who she is as a human being. And I was getting home from work around midnight. I walked up into the bedroom, and I was talking, I answered it, and it was a super fan. And she was like, "Oh my God, and tell me about this, and tell me about that." And I'm like, "Well, the cool thing about the show," and Krista goes, "Hang that phone up." Wait. There's a pause, and then this person on the line goes, "Oh my God, is that Jordan?"
So this was a phone that everyone would answer it from time to time?
It was in the production office, and sometimes you turn it off because it rang literally nonstop. And sometimes it was just, everyone's trying to work, so they would turn it off. The second you turned it on, it would just ring nonstop. And so it would just get passed around. Like you'd randomly pick it up and go, "Hi," and someone would be calling from like Australia. And then and you'd hand it off to Donald, or you'd hand it off to anyone walking by. But if it was on, it was ringing.
Speaking of phones, I mean, have you guys received Scrubs gifts? Because they're everywhere. I mean, I use your gifts all the time.
I haven't received any, but I've seen one my favorite one is when we're rubbing our faces against each other.
I see it all the time.
That's my favorite one.
I get Elliot digging your own grave.
Digging
That
your
one
own
gets sent to me.
I get Carla.
Carla looking sassy.
I get, there's one that has a subtitle that screams internally. When I'm screaming.
I've seen yours because your biggest one out there is man not caring.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it's everywhere.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. And who's this?
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
It seems as though a younger generation is now discovering Scrubs and going through it all over again.
That's great.
You have young people, you don't understand, your show got me through nursing school. And then you realize, oh my God, that was 20 years ago. It's happened so fast, and it's also like what you were saying, watching a show that's hilarious, you're kind of outside of yourself. So it's kind of, I'm a fan. So an episode will come up, and I'm like, it's kind of like scrolling through your phone. You just watch it, and through TikTok, this thing that I don't have, and I've never. My kid has become hip to the show, and they love it. It's amazing.
I still feel like 2001 was 2 weeks ago, to be honest with you. It really does feel that way.
Hey, look, it's a good segue to everybody here was talking last night about how grateful we are. So it's just not patting ourselves on the back, it's how grateful we are that people still watch, still care, still are invested. It's such a gift. And Scrubs trivia for when these guys get to their my podcast. My podcast is doing very well, by the way. It's called Fake Doctors, Real Friends. Thanks, guys. I put it together. I hired Donald and Zach needed some work. But here's some trivia. Is in the finale of the show, the real finale, which is season 8, Zach walks down the hall, and the speech he gives, we really spent a weekend trying to write a speech that is both about being a doctor and about being an actor, actress, or TV writer. And his speech is really about what it means to do what we all do, because he says if you can even just make someone feel better for a second, that's all you can really ask for. And so for us, all of the people that take the time to come to us individually or online and tell us that this meant something to them, this is a great opportunity to say thanks, because I know we're all really grateful.
One of the coolest parts was over the pandemic, all of the doctors and nurses that we heard from.
Yes.
That was super special.
And that was also great to do doing the podcast. It was nice to have people call in, and actually not just that, but also it was like it's a love letter to all of the people who were on the front line for COVID and stuff like that. That was nice to give back to them and tell them how much we appreciated them while we were going through, which is not over apparently, this pandemic for the last year.
I have an
2 years and a
idea
half.
for an ending. The poison dance?
No, that's not happening.
It would make me so happy.
Yeah, I know, it would make everybody so happy, but that ain't happening.
As I recall, you showed up to work, you were late, and you didn't know what we were shooting that day.
Right, no.
And he walks in the room, and they go, you haven't read it? And he goes, no. I go, oh, you're dancing to Poison.
And I was like, oh, okay. And the whole room is packed with cast, crew, writers, everybody. Like, I was like, is this an event? And
Who are we gonna watch?
What's going on? And they're like, you're dancing. And I was like, oh. And they played the song. And I mean, come on, man. I grew up on New Edition, and I grew up on Belle Biv DeVoe, so that was really easy. And then Fortnite took it. I am forever a legend, and I'm very honored. Listen, I am forever a legend to my children who play that game because they're like, Dad, I'm doing your dance. And so
You suddenly become relevant to your kid.
yeah. At one point, I did complain about it, and I had every 12-year-old boy twittering or TikToking how much of a loser I am. And then my son looked at me and he said, Dad, this makes you an even bigger legend. And I was like, yeah, I'll accept that.
We were at a pool yesterday, and they started cranking TLC's "I Don't Want No Scrubs," and Donald's like, "Don't start dancing. Do not start dancing. Don't embarrass us at this pool by start dancing to TLC's Scrubs."
Well, I won't tell the story, but
well,
you know
there have
why.
been a couple times when we've been overserved and we couldn't help ourselves. But dance to "I Don't Want No Scrubs."
That's right in the middle of a club. I don't want no scrubs.
He's almost going to do it.
Almost happened.
Almost happened.
Thank you guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for having us.
Hey there, friends. I'm Joe Fryer, filling in for Carson this week here on Popstar Plus. Glad to have you with us. Coming up today, we have the cast of a highly anticipated new show, The Summer I Turned Pretty. I remember The Summer I Turned Pretty. Its young, talented stars will give us the scoop. And guess who stopped by Studio 1A this morning? Well, it's Kim Kardashian. I know, we can't believe it either. We're going to bring you that conversation. Plus, we're celebrating an absolute legend, the one and only Lionel Richie, who just hit the big 7'3", 73 years young. That's all ahead. But first, here's today's Pop Start with Chanel.
And you know what I want to start with today? Of
course.
Beyonce. Overnight, Queen Bee dropped her latest single. It's called Break My Soul. And this thing just might be breaking the internet. I'm not even kidding. It's the first track off her upcoming album. It's called Renaissance. And no surprise here, but the Beehive is already buzzing to this dancey hit. Do you guys want to hear a little clip? Yes. All right, let's listen. So this is one of those anthems. You're inspired. You're not going to break my soul. She talks about, you work all day, whether it's a significant other, whatever it is, you won't break my soul. So,
with a summer.
Yeah, no question.
Spent a lot of money on the
video. Oh, well, that was just the lyrical.
I know, I was
that was
just
from the
kidding.
80s.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's more to come. So Beyonce's album Renaissance is scheduled to be released July 29th. All right, next up, Kate Bush, the 80s singer, has been running up the charts ever since her throwback tune made the new Stranger Things soundtrack. As a reminder, here's a taste of Running Up That Hill. Do you love it?
I mean, I've always loved Running Up That Hill. You never heard that song?
Yeah.
Where were you in the 80s? Probably like
She
five.
was like 2.
Yeah, exactly. She was 5. She was no. Well,
thanks to
I was depressed in my room listening to that song.
There you go.
Yeah.
I got Beyonce, you got that. Thanks to Stranger Things, that 37-year-old track is breaking records. Is it a 37-year-old track?
Yeah.
Right now it's number 3.
I was 13 when I liked it.
On
You were
Billboard's
3.
Global 200 list. And in the UK, according to official charts data, it's taken the top spot.
Wow.
Bush released a statement on her song's resurgence, thanking the Netflix creators and writing by featuring Running Up That Hill in such a positive light as a
talisman
for Max, one of the main female characters. The song has been brought into the emotional arena of her story. She says, I'm overwhelmed by the scale of affection and support the song is receiving. I have to admit, I feel really moved by it all. That's really sweet. Bush is now the oldest female artist to hit number 1 on the UK charts. Good for her. A title previously held by Cher, who, by the way, congratulated Kate on Twitter, writing, "Bravo, Kate. Records are meant to be broken."
Yes.
So hear to that. And finally, Kristen Bell. If you've been holding on to fears that there would never be another Frozen movie, well, guess what? We're here to tell you it's time to let it go. Last night, Belle, who famously voices Princess Anna in the franchise, stopped by The Tonight Show, and she dropped some pretty major news. But her announcement did come with one small caveat. Take a look.
I would like to officially announce, with zero authority, Frozen 3.
Wow.
Please bear in mind, I did say zero authority because I can't do that.
Yeah, you can't announce it.
I can't do that. No, I'm not in charge.
But there could be something maybe in the works and maybe happening. Maybe.
Well, you know, I'll keep it mysterious, but I know
I kind of feel like that means it's happening.
I think it means it's happening.
She wouldn't go out there.
I don't.
And by the way, you can't tease little girls.
No.
Yeah.
You're like, there's going to be Frozen 3 and then
they're all
watching
Fallon, but
yes.
So here's the thing. So it may not. That's true. It may not be an official announcement, but Belle did tell Jimmy that she and Idina Menzel are both in. So the princesses are waiting.
What are they waiting for? Olaf? No.
You
know, got the princesses.
Frozen 3. That was good. You're so good.
He's my favorite.
I know. I like it.
By the way, if the first two movies made like $2 billion,
yes,
there'll be a Frozen.
So I've also never seen Frozen.
Oh, stop.
That's because you have boys.
I saw it once on a plane without headphones.
Oh, that's
so that's all I
Well, it's really good. It's all about
You're missing out.
Yeah.
We have a few more items for you, starting with Brian Wilson. The Beach Boy turned 80 yesterday, and the biggest names in music showed up to help him celebrate. In a special tribute, legendary artists like Sir Elton John, Smokey Robinson, Carole King, and Barry Gibb shared their kind words for Wilson on his special day. Closing out the video, Bob Dylan even dropped in with a little happy birthday tune. Check this out.
You've inspired me all my life. To me, you're the only real pop genius in the world, and I love you very much. Have the best day.
Happy birthday to you, my friend. And I'm honored to be able to say congratulations to you. I followed you all of my life.
Happy birthday to you.
And of course, we too are wishing Brian a very happy 80th birthday. And finally, Harry Styles. It's Pride Month, and he just helped one fan come out in a very big way. At a recent London show, the chart topper grabbed a sign from the crowd that read, "Help me come out." Well, take a look at what he did.
When this flag goes above my head, you are officially out. Okay? I think that's how it works. Right, when this sign goes over the head, you're officially gay, my boy.
Talk about a legendary story to tell. Definitely a coming out story for the books. Those are your Pop Start Plus headlines. Still to come, the buzz over a new show that already has people talking. The Summer I Turned Pretty. Stay with us.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
This is a critical choke point for this fire.
And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
Welcome back to Pop Start Plus. The teen romance genre is alive and well, folks, with the new show, The Summer I Turned Pretty. We've had this one on our radar because the trailer featured Taylor Swift's version of her 2014 track, This Love. The show is about a summer love triangle. Its creator and executive producer, Jenny Han. You might know her work from another beloved series, To All the Boys I've Loved Before. Well, Han and the young cast told us about the show and why it and the books it's based on resonates so much.
My family spends every summer in Cousins Beach with my mom's best friend and her 2 sons, Conrad and Jeremiah.
The Summer I Turned Pretty is about a girl's coming of age. It's about her having one magical summer where a lot of dreams come true and also don't come true.
But this summer,
See you guys later.
it's different.
Damn, you look hot. Stop flirting with my sister.
I play Belly. She is a 15, almost 16-year-old girl who is entering sort of this new chapter of her life. I felt that I could relate to her a lot, being, a teenager myself and being 16 not too long ago, and still sort of being in that period of so much change and really still figuring out like who I am and what my path looks like. So I really love being able to bring that to life in her shoes.
Susanna told me she knew I was destined for one of her boys. I always hoped it would be Conrad, but then there was Jeremiah.
You're my best friend.
The love triangle is, it's really special. She has this incredible connection that is so different with these 2 boys, and they're such important parts of her life. She has such different love for each of them, but I think that was a lot of fun to explore and to sort of, figure out with Chris, who plays Conrad, and Gavin, who plays Jeremiah, and then with Jenny too, because, she's the one who wrote it. So everyone will have their own, opinion about who they favored. But I think when it comes down to it, it's all Belly's decision and what she truly feels in her heart.
What's special about the love triangle is that it's messy, is that it's young, it's passionate, and when things happen quickly, it leaves a lot of room for people to make mistakes, and a lot of room for people to try and cover up their mistakes with more mistakes, and just the snowball effect of things happening and the way that things affect each other and other people outside of the love triangle, and how the rest of the world affects them. And I think my favorite part of playing Conrad was just trying to figure him out, because he's sort of an enigma. And I had a long time from when I got cast to when we started filming, and it took me the whole time to really love him, which I do. But to be able to just find his ins and out, what makes him tick, why he's so mean sometimes, it was fun as an actor, really fun.
Jeremiah is so special to me because he is that life of the party, he is that golden retriever, and he really does try to care for everyone that's in his life. And I think sometimes that's at his own peril, and I think that his insecurities and his lack of confidence and trying to find out who he is in life and in all of his relationships, I think was so much fun, and it was just so special to explore that on film.
I play Steven, a handsome yet vain high achiever. He's real snarky, and he's an older brother with a lot of love. I think that's a big defining characteristic. He leads with his heart, and that's probably my favorite part of playing him. That no matter what the situation is, it always comes from here.
Yeah, we spent an absurd amount of time together. Sean and I lived across the street from each other, and we would just drive each other to work to spend more time with each other, to a point where we each got stuck at set a few times with no way home because the other person got cut early that day. But it was worth it because then we got to spend more time together.
Yeah.
Always worth it.
Boys might come and go, but a best friend is once in a lifetime.
I think that The Summer I Turned Pretty really celebrates friendship between two women, and how, you actively make the choice to choose each other again and again. With Laurel and Susanna in this beach house and the world that they've created for themselves and for their kids, it's a choice that they make because they go back there every summer, and they are each other's person. And then we get to see some friendship on the teen side with Belly and Taylor. And as you grow up, I think you realize in many ways you're very different people. And you think, if I met this person now, we might not be friends, but there is some connection between the two of you where you will always really value and treasure that person because they've known you before you were you. And I think, so it's sort of different aspects of friendship Cousins is inspired by a lot of different beaches. I would say Cape Cod is probably the main one in my head because I was spending a lot of time in Cape Cod when I was writing the books, but I also spent time on Martha's Vineyard and the Hamptons and the Nag's Head, which is in North Carolina. So I think I borrowed something from all of those beaches, and I think it's why these books have really resonated with people like all over, because everybody has like a beach where they're from or that they've been to as a kid. So people like in Sweden or in Vietnam, you know, can kind of imagine their own beach.
There's something in the show for everyone. I think that there's a relationship between the parents, between the guys, between the girls, the guys and girls, and I think like there's so much to explore for everybody.
Thanks to that crew for hanging out with us. We should mention The Summer I Turned Pretty is available on Prime Video. Up next, get ready for Kim Kardashian's visit to Studio 1A.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Pop Start Plus. Kim Kardashian has so much going on. The latest, a new skincare line. This morning on Today, she opened up to Savannah and Hoda about that project and so much more.
We're back with Kim Kardashian. Oh, she's a business mogul, a fashion icon, a reality star, aspiring lawyer, mom of 4. I'm exhausted. I'm totally exhausted.
Yes. You're here to talk about life, about love, about the launch of your newest beauty line. But we have to say you do have a tan when you walked in the door.
A glow, I would say.
A glow.
That's Skin by Kim glow.
Yes.
With a little vacay.
Okay, let's talk a little vacay first, and then we'll talk about the skin. How was your vacation with Pete?
It was so, I would say the best way to describe it was just really relaxing. Like, to be away from 4 kids for just even a few days is heaven.
You know what I love
I love
about
my kids, but you know.
I know you
course,
do.
Any mom knows what I'm
Of course,
talking about.
of course, we all do. You know what I love about this, too, is what I love about your relationship with him is you pursued him. You asked for his number.
That's so not me.
That's so not you.
It's so not me.
What is the first text you send to him? Like, hey, it's Kim. We met backstage at SNL.
Yeah, it was just, well, he gave me advice. I ran into him a little bit before at the Met, and he gave me good advice, knowing I was going to be on it. So I just reached out and said, hey, thank you so much for that advice. It was so much fun. Just something cash, like leaving it open.
Well, how do you decide how much to, like, when to introduce your kids, how much to share with your kids when you have kind of a new man in your life?
Yeah, well, luckily I have a sister that has been through it all, and we talked about it, and I consulted with a few therapists and friends that have been through it. So I definitely wanted to wait 6 months, and that was like the marker. And I think it's different for everyone, and different things work for different people, but you just have to do what feels right and try to just be as respectful and cautious and as possible.
Yeah. Did this relationship take you by surprise? Did you really?
It did.
Think that, oh, I might actually have a boyfriend?
Yeah, well, I waited a while.
Yeah.
I waited like a good 10 months before I was ready to open myself up. And I think you definitely need that time to yourself. And then once you're ready to get out there, I felt like I just wanted new energy and something different. And it definitely took me by surprise.
Well, it was Father's Day Sunday, and I saw that you posted something really beautiful about Kanye. Just how is all of that going?
It's going good. We had, Father's Day at the house. The kids, spent the day with him, and then we had a big Father's Day dinner, and North cooked. So, it's of course I wanted to honor and respect the amazing people and fathers, men in my life that have raised me and are raising my children. So everything's going good.
Good.
Well, let's talk about the dress. You went to the Met Gala. You wore this beautiful, iconic Marilyn Monroe dress. We were just talking, you said you were shocked on TikTok. Some people didn't even know who Marilyn Monroe was.
That was the most shocking thing to me. And that's why I was so happy to at least have that opportunity, and that Ripley's gave me the opportunity to, share this moment so that it could live on. I mean, I respect her. I understand how much this dress means to American history. And with the theme being American, I thought, what is more American than Marilyn Monroe singing happy birthday to the President of the United States? I mean, it was such a process. I had to change. I showed up to the red carpet in a robe and slippers, and I put the dress on the bottom of the carpet.
Oh my gosh.
Went up the stairs. I probably had it on for 4 minutes. And then I changed right at the top of the stairs.
So all of we keep seeing stuff like the dress is ruined, the dress is this. All of that is not true.
No, and I mean, Ripley's we worked together so well. There was handlers and gloves that put it on me.
Ripley's has said that the dress wasn't damaged. By the way, you had to lose 16 pounds to fit into the dress, which I don't know where you found 16 pounds, but I mean, what was that like? And what do you think? Some people are like, oh, she shouldn't have done that, or what message does it send? What do you think about all that?
Yeah, you know what? I looked at it like a role, and I really wanted to wear this dress. It was really important to me. And, it actually taught me a lot about my lifestyle and my health. And since then, afterwards, I continued to eat really healthy. I mean, I'm down 21 pounds now.
Wow.
I'm not trying to lose any more weight, but I have more energy than ever. I cut out so much sugar, a lot of junk food I was eating. I didn't even realize it, a lot of fried foods, and I just completely changed my lifestyle.
Well, you have a luminous look, and we know that part of it is because of this incredible line that you've started, and the packaging is amazing. How is this different from something else we might see on a shelf?
Well, this is exactly what I use. It's a 9-step system, but you only use 8 products at the same time. One's a day and one's a night oil. But I think people were really wanting me to go with just a few products and launching with something. And at my age, there is a lot that goes into making sure that my skin is well taken care of. And I wanted to share exactly what I use.
You have a hilarious quote in the New York Times. I think you said, if it takes poop all over my face, I'll do it.
I think I said I would eat it.
I would eat it, okay, or something. I was like, oh, my 5-year-old could arrange that. But I mean, I appreciate the fact that you're not like, oh, I wake up like this. It actually takes some effort.
I think you get to a place where you're at peace with aging, and I'm totally there, but I will do everything I can to make sure that I look and feel my best.
My girlfriend says, going down fighting. That's her motto.
Now, that is the best.
I know Pete uses some of your products. What's his favorite of this group? Do you know?
He really, I've learned so much about skincare actually from him. He's really into skincare.
Really?
Yes. Yes, he is. That's like our thing. We go to dermatologists and facials, and yeah. I think everyone loves our vitamin C serum.
Yeah.
It's really amazing.
And is there an ingredient? Is there something in there that again, kind of makes it stand out?
Well, I think everyone really loves the description of using a hyaluronic acid serum, which plumps up all your skin, and then it kind of allows your skin to take in all of the serum. So then that's when you put your vitamin C serum on, and the moisturizer just kind of tops it all off and holds it all in. I would say, Kylie posted about the moisturizer and has already requested me to send her
We're going to dunk our heads in it after the show, hoping that we get the results our results may vary. But I have to ask you, I always have to ask about Lawyer Kim.
Yes.
You passed the baby bar.
Yes.
I'm proud of you.
And so what's 2 years to go?
Amazing. So 2 years to go, and then you take the California bar.
2 years in, 2 years to go.
But you're still committed, still going forward.
Yes, 3 hours a day.
Wow.
In meeting with professors, and I'm studying Civ Pro and Crim Pro now. So I do two.
You're speaking her language.
You are. I know. Let's talk Latin
after the show.
Next. Yes. Oh, evidence. Yeah, I remember it all. Kim,
good luck.
Thank you so much.
Great.
Kim K in 1A. What a treat. Up next, we're sharing our endless love for the legendary Lionel Richie.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The super talented Lionel Richie has crafted the soundtrack to so many of our lives. This week, the icon marks his 73rd birthday. To honor the man, the myth, the legend, here are a few of his appearances on Today, back in the 80s, talking about the thing he does best, making music.
This introduction I'm about to make sounds disjointed. It is only because there is so much I would like to say about our next guest. In the entire history of the pop charts, only one man has ever hit the top at the same time in 3 different categories: as singer, as composer, as songwriter. He is Lionel Richie. He is, of course, the leader of the Commodores. He has composed, written, Lady for Kenny Rogers. He's done a duet, Endless Love, with Diana Ross. How many would you like me to go on?
It sounds like a good case of ulcers to me. I don't know about anything else.
Welcome back.
Good to be here. Good to see you.
You're busy, and congratulations. You're with us on the occasion of your first single. It is entitled appropriately, Lionel Richie.
Oh, yeah.
And it's due in record stores tomorrow.
It is in record stores tomorrow, and I'm so happy about it because I'm finished. I think the hardest case of working with someone has been Lionel Richie, working with Lionel Richie. It's unbelievable that I could spend that much time on an album.
Considering all your past success, I mean, and the track record is terrific. How big a deal can this be? I mean, that it's your first.
You know what it is? When you're doing, let's say, an Endless Love, it's one song. If you do a Kenny Rogers, you're thinking about maybe 2 or 3 songs. When you think about Lionel Richie, I Go Back, I have about 185 to 190 songs written. Now try to pick 9 songs out of 185 songs. I spent a month going through saying, well, I want this one, I don't want this one. Then I narrowed it down. I told Motown, I said, we're getting close now. Now I have to pick from 60.
Yeah, you could have made a double album.
I could have made a double album, you know.
You know, if people look on this closely enough, they find some interesting collaborators on some various things.
I've got some good people there.
Okay, what's Kenny Rogers doing on it?
Well, I could not do an album or a country song on this album without the help of Kenny. Kenny actually wanted to get involved with this album on any level, and I love him about that because of the fact that he said I helped him on his, and he said, why not let me help you on yours? And he did just that. He came in with the two other guys from the first edition that he used to play with, Ken Vassey and Terry Williams, and they sat up all afternoon, singing background vocals, and Kenny slid over on the lead part with me at the hook.
Would you rather be called a balladeer or a rock star?
You know what? I think in the long run, if you want to talk about careers, the balladeer will be there. But if you want to talk about the overall success story, I mean, the total entertainer, I would probably be the one to think of as the all-around songwriter more so than anything else.
So cool to hear the musical process from a total pro. Okay, that was your Pop Star Plus. Thanks for being here. Tomorrow we'll have some insight into the show Rutherford Falls. See you then.
Well, hello everybody. At Friends in Today All Day Land, we are so delighted you joined Today in 30. Happy first day of summer.
It is the first day. We got tons to cover from this morning show, including new details that are coming to light on the Uvalde school shooting, raising even more questions about the police response that day.
Also has something you're probably feeling every day, the growing impact of soaring inflation, prices still rising, and a lot of consumers are cutting back now. We'll take a closer look at that with Sam Brock coming up.
All that plus Jill Martin has a very sweet story to share from her hit series, She Made It.
And the segment you've all been waiting for. We're keeping up with KK, Kim Kardashian, right here in our studio. We covered it all. Her busy life, her family's successful show, expanding her business empire, and yep, we're talking about it.
We got to talk about it. The love life.
On repeat. Okay. Get it?
Good one.
So let's do it.
Let's deal it.
Time for
Today in 30. NBC national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is here in studio with the latest. Hey, Gabe, good morning.
Hold on, Savannah, good morning. According to that new report, it appears officers at the scene had heavier firepower and more protective gear than previously known, but no clear orders to end the attack. The new revelation is set to be presented at a public Texas Senate hearing later today. This is the first look inside Robb Elementary during the Uvalde massacre. The still image comes from surveillance video reviewed by the Austin American-Statesman, but not confirmed by NBC News. It appears to show multiple officers armed with rifles and at least one ballistic shield in a hallway, 19 minutes after the gunman started shooting. That's according to the Statement's review of materials.
Investigators really believe at this point, based on my understanding, that was certainly enough firepower to try to take on the gunman.
So why did officers wait nearly another hour to storm the classroom?
Whether you have the equipment or not, you just go in, and that never happened here.
Separately, the Texas Tribune released a detailed timeline overnight based on video footage and investigative materials not confirmed by NBC News. According to that report, the shooter opened fire at officers closest to classrooms 111 and 112. Several minutes later, the Tribune reports School District Police Chief Pete Arredondo phoned into dispatch requesting more firepower. "We all have pistols," he said, according to a transcript reviewed by the Tribune, and this guy's got a rifle.
The question of why they were not directed to go in and who should have been giving that direction, I think those are questions that the investigators, state, federal, and local, are going to be focusing on for a long while.
Victims' families demanding accountability last night at a school board meeting in Uvalde, including the daughter of teacher Irma Garcia, who was killed, and Joe Garcia, who died of a heart attack days later.
I need you to know that the horrifying manner in which my mother was murdered and taken from us completely shattered our hearts, but made my dad's stop. The pain of losing the love of his life, his high school sweetheart, was too much for him to bear.
Community members also called for embattled School District Police Chief Pete Arredondo to resign. Earlier this month, he responded to criticism, saying he did not instruct police to avoid a breach and that he never considered himself the scene's incident commander. Arredondo did not respond to our request for comment overnight. The Uvalde City Council is scheduled to consider later today whether to grant him a leave of absence from future council meetings.
Yeah, all right, Gabe, those images or something. Thank you.
We move now to the economy. Wall Street entering a new week of trading after last week's volatility, and there are new signs this morning of the growing impact of soaring inflation on Main Street. Consumers cutting back as prices continue to skyrocket. NBC's Sam Brock is in Miami this morning with a closer look at that. Hi, Sam. Good morning.
Savannah, good morning. President Biden says a recession is potentially avoidable, even with fresh data coming out today that may suggest otherwise. And many businesses will tell you, Savannah, they've been taking a haircut. I'm at the Spot in Miami right now. This barbershop, which typically saw people coming in for a trim every single week, is now seeing the same customers bi-weekly or even monthly. This is businesses and consumers alike right now are modifying their spending.
All eyes this morning fixated on a free-falling Wall Street after the S&P suffered its worst weekly drop since early in the pandemic. And runaway inflation continues to crush consumers. President Biden is trying to project confidence.
There's nothing inevitable about a recession.
But he's also considering asking lawmakers for a temporary pause on the federal gas tax ahead of July 4th. With a record 42 million Americans expected to hit the road for the holiday weekend, and gas still hovering around $5 a gallon. The move, which requires congressional approval, could save drivers about 18 cents a gallon.
Well, I hope I have a decision based on data I'm looking for by the end of the week.
Soaring prices at the pump and the grocery store and the airways, resulting in changing consumer behavior, like visits to the barbershop or hairstylist. Ahmet Sim owns Salon Simis in Fairfax, Virginia, where he says he pays up to 40% more for shampoos and coloring products. He's trying to keep prices the same.
Instead of coming every 4 weeks, they are now coming in every 7 or every 8 weeks sometimes.
Increasingly, though, people are simply spending less. U.S. flight bookings fell 2.3% in May, even as airports buckled with traffic. People eating out at restaurants dipped 11% through Sunday compared to the same week in 2019, according to data from OpenTable. Car sales dropped 4% in May, and existing home sales have fallen for 3 straight months. Though this Florida real estate agent says this is a healthy correction, adding higher interest rates have cooled frenzied behavior.
Are you seeing less of that? Houses going way above asking.
I do think in some pockets of every market, you are still seeing multiple offers, but you are seeing much less of that than we saw 6 months ago or a year ago.
With the cost of everything on the rise, uncertainty is the only guarantee for families.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Joining us this morning to share some of her favorite summer-inspired recipes, Erin French, chef, owner of the Lost Kitchen restaurant in Freedom, Maine, the star of the Lost Kitchen on Magnolia Network. To cook these dishes couldn't be easier, folks. Scan the QR code to order all the ingredients with one click. Select add ingredients to cart, then schedule a pickup or delivery. Erin, clearly the table is all
insane.
Yeah.
So delicious.
So you've become quite the Today Show favorite pretty quickly.
Hey, it's easy with fried chicken.
Because here's the thing, the bar with fried chicken for a lot of folks is pretty high. This looks amazing. So walk us through the first step.
So the secret to this, this is a fennel fried chicken, which is just a little bit of a different twist on things. So it starts with the brine, and that's the real secret. So a brine is just going to add flavor. It's going to keep it juicy. So we just brine this overnight. It's got some fennel seed. It's got some black pepper, some bay leaves, some sugar. And then we cook it in the brine just to sort of...
cook it in the brine?
You cook it in the brine. You let it sit overnight, and then you cook it.
Okay.
Just because you don't want to get that raw fried chicken when you're kind of moving along here. So it's already cooked, so you don't have to freak out. So you've got this all flavorful and ready to go. And then all you have to do is dredge and fry it. So, Craig, if you just want to add in, this is some ground fennel.
More fennel, okay.
Whisk it right in.
All right.
And that'll make it nice and flavorful.
And this is just regular flour here?
Regular flour.
Okay.
And then we're going to start to dredge. So.
And you use the whole chicken?
We use the whole chicken, so
right.
you can have your butcher break it down into about 8 to 10 pieces, and then you can just dredge it in the flour and the fennel, a little bit of buttermilk.
Buttermilk.
So we just keep adding flavors, you can see, and then we go down to this mixture, and this is just ground cornflakes. I just broke them up.
That's it. I wondered if it was oats or something. It's so crunchy.
That's the secret, and it's really cheap cornflakes. That's really the secret. Cheap cornflakes, a little bit of cornstarch, and a little bit of flour, and that's it. So it's nice and dredged, and then we can just drop it right in the fryer. If you don't have a fryer, you can put it in a Dutch oven with 375 degrees.
And you make a really good point about not overcrowding the fryer.
You never want to overcrowd the fryer because then you're bringing the temperature down. And if you want crispy fried chicken, you have to keep that temp up. So it comes out, look at it, it's perfect. And then
So good.
It's so good.
So
It's light. This is the lightest fried chicken.
So juicy.
And what are you
then
topping that with?
I'm just sprinkling some fennel pollen on top
The
for a little
fennel
extra
is like,
flavor.
I mean, that's the kicker. It's so good.
And not overpowering. It's like a subtle little flavor throughout.
What is it about the fennel, Erin, that you like so much?
I just like that little extra flavor. It's not just plain fried chicken, a little fennel, and it tastes kind of summery. But then you add this other sauce, and this makes it even more delicious.
It
so
does.
I love rhubarb. I'm crazy about rhubarb.
Okay.
So rhubarb, a little sugar, a little vinegar, and then we add in some strawberries. So you have a strawberry, rhubarb, sweet and sour, that goes with your fried chicken.
And that's what you top it with?
That's what you top it with.
Oh my
You
gosh.
could also put it on shortcake and make it dessert.
Shortcake.
It tastes so good.
Edible flowers.
And to go with your fried chicken?
This is delightful.
You got to finish with a lemonade. So this is just
You
a
keep
Thai
talking,
basil
I'm gonna eat the
lemonade.
chicken.
Thai basil lemonade. You just make a simple syrup, throw
you gotta
in
get
the
that
Thai
sauce,
basil.
Get the sauce.
I don't
Get
need
the
the sauce.
sauce.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
that's what
even
you
need it.
think until you taste the sauce.
Wait, what is that base that you just put in there?
Thai basil lemonade.
That's what it is.
Just top this in, and it's delicious, and it's just a little bit different. Yes, basil.
Erin, this is
ridiculous.
This is
beyond.
And my mother's fried chicken is wow. So this is on the menu at the restaurant?
Because
no, she's not watching. This is on the menu.
This is not on the menu, but maybe it should be on the menu.
It should definitely be on the menu.
Wait, basil lemonade? Who knew?
Before we came on, I said, Erin, you've got to open another restaurant in New
what
York
did I
City,
say?
maybe in Connecticut. And what was your response?
No way.
Oh, not no way.
She said, and why did you? I think it's fascinating why you said no way.
Because there's just no way. One restaurant I feel like is enough. I feel like I have 4 children right now.
50,000 requests a year.
And she's only open for like 6 months. But what you said was, I'm in it for the love, not for the money.
Right.
Aww.
So that's another reason.
Well, we can taste the love.
Yeah.
Erin French, thank you. Erin's going to come back in the third hour. We're going to make the fried chicken all over again. No, I'm kidding. We're going to make something else. By the way, to buy these ingredients and these recipes and more from our sponsor, Walmart, scan the QR code, or you can do the old-fashioned way, today.com/todaytable. Just so you know, Today earns a commission from our purchases through our links. Fantastic.
Oh, my God.
Happy
Cheers
solstice.
indeed. Happy solstice. Cheers, Erin.
Cheers.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCNews.com/planyourvote today.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
So what better way to kick it off, the start of summer that is, than with some ice cream? Today, lifestyle and commerce contributor Jill Martin is here with a she-made-it treat. Did you get it all out of your teeth?
I know. I had like a chiplet in the commercial. I'm like,
yes.
anything on my teeth? All right. Well, I recently chatted with Cool House founder Natasha Case, whose frozen dessert company began over 10 years ago, and it all started with a sweet love story. Take a look.
Full disclosure, this was my dinner. I had 2 ice cream sandwiches for dinner.
Jill, it's a complete meal.
Natasha Case is living the sweet life. She and her wife, Freya Estreller, are the co-founders of Cool House, a frozen dessert company serving up premium ice cream pints and novelties, an idea inspired by Natasha's time in architecture school.
The light bulb moment was one of my professors criticized this model I had made. He said, what you made looks like the layer cake. So that night I went home and baked it as a cake. And I was like, I'm hooked on this idea. Everyone wants to congregate around food, and it's memorable and it's fun.
You taking sort of a slice to your work and turning it around is really such a valuable lesson.
So as part of this food meets architecture weird concept, which I was by then calling farchitecture, I started making ice cream sandwiches from scratch, and I met my co-founder, Freya Estreller.
The two started dating, and it wasn't long before the two fell in love over ice cream.
She said, what's the deal with these ice cream sandwiches? Because I brought one on the first date, but it totally melted. So she was like, you obviously need help.
Natasha and Freya researched the frozen dessert industry and found there were no brands out there that resonated with them.
I think as millennials, as women, as gay women, Freya as a woman of color, just like there was no stories there that were like, oh, that's what feels like authentic to us. So we thought, why not create the brand that we want to buy?
And so in 2009, they created Cool House, but the couple needed a way to sell their ice cream.
Let's reinvent the ice cream truck for our generation. We bought a $2,700 piece of, on Craigslist with no engine. So we thought, okay, what's the biggest event that the two of us can think of? Coachella Music Festival. But how are we going to get a truck with no engine to the desert? Well, we figured out that if we joined AAA Platinum, we got one free 200-mile tow. So the morning of Coachella, when they towed us to the desert, and the legend was born.
After their debut at Coachella, the co-founders began catering events and rolling out their ice cream into grocery stores. That must have been really interesting for your relationship.
Yes.
You're growing a business, but then also, I can imagine there were so many laughs, but then also so many challenges.
We're selling ice cream, we're bringing people joy. So it was this also really romantic way to become so close, like driving an ice cream truck into the sunset.
But 4 years into their business, the couple's professional relationship hit a bump in the road, and Freya left the company.
We just started to like argue, and she wrote to our angel investors, like, I can't work for or with Natasha. Send. And I just knew that was the end. We stayed together, and she's still my mentor and toughest critic and biggest champion.
Now married to Freya with 2 kids, Natasha is leading the company on her own. She's committed to using her ice cream platform to give back.
I never really thought about Cool House as like just ice cream. It can be a canvas for like, you know, what we can stand for to help make the world a better place. We did this flavor for Pride, for example, enjoyment for all. And we gave back to the Okra Project, which delivers nutritious meals to Black trans community in New York.
Cool House is also doing good for the planet, recently debuting their animal-free dairy ice cream. Today, Cool House has sold close to 20 million ice cream sandwiches and can be found at thousands of stores worldwide.
Do you ever take a moment to just say we started in the back of a truck with no engine and now we're in 6,000 retailers?
Think about being a kid and like if I thought of, oh, I could be an ice cream lady and I could do all that. Like that's pretty cool.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/plan your vote today.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Kim Kardashian is one of the world's most recognized celebrities, the mother of 4 and reality star who studied law and championed criminal justice reform. She also happens to be a very successful businesswoman.
But she has found the time to make her way right here to Studio 1A to hang out with us. Kim, we don't even know where to start, but I must start with the pants and the shoes together. This shoe-pant combo.
The pant boots.
But I feel like only you can do the
No one can wear the pant boot.
I was thinking yesterday, if someone asked me to take off my shoes in their home, I'd be screwed.
I mean, honestly, do you wear a pant boot almost every day?
A lot. I have like, you should see, I have like a rack of the boots, the pants boots. It's pretty funny.
We talked about you on the cover of Sports Illustrated. You wrote this beautiful
We
letter
loved your letter.
to your younger self. I'm going to read a little bit. You said, you're going to become a more private person. I mean, this is what you're saying to your younger self. And you're going to come to realize the way you get your story out there, the actual narrative, the truth, isn't by engaging, but by doing.
I love that.
Do you feel like you have wanted to hold things a little closer than previously?
Well, I think that just when you have kids and then when you just have life experiences, some things you just cherish for yourself and you grow and evolve and enjoy that type of privacy. And I love to share with the world. I've always been that person and I still do, but just kind of on my own terms. You know, I love filming our new show and I kind of give it all there. And I show what I want on social media for sure, but I also have a nice set of, you know, friends that we do so many private things and I enjoy that too.
And when, with your kids in the picture, how do you, because I think every single mom, regardless, struggles. You're like, if I post this with my kids, what am I saying? What am I doing to my children? How do you decide what goes out and what stays close?
I mean, sometimes things are just so cute.
Yeah.
You have to share it and post it. And then sometimes I also like to post like my mom struggles too. It's not easy. And when you're running around and they're all acting crazy, it's a lot, you know? So I like to share both sides, but it is a struggle of like, what do you, sometimes North will see me scrolling on my phone and say, oh, you posted that of me, you know, singing with my friends or whatever I'll post. And, you know, so you learn boundaries.
And also we're trying to decide too, like, I mean, our kids are slightly younger, but like when we give them phones, like we want to wait
till 8th grade.
Don't you like that we talk about we as
wait till 8th.
We're going to wait till 8.
It's so hard.
Yeah. I know it is, but
It's
like,
so
and everybody says that to us, but like, what are your boundaries for your kids? How do you try to help them kind of create a life of that they, you know, with privacy?
Yeah, so I mean, they don't really have social media or anything like that on their iPads. We go with iPads. My daughter, North, has a phone that I think her dad and I decided to get it for her for Christmas and just to communicate with us. But it just has Wi-Fi, so it's not like she can really use it or doesn't have, you know, she has games on it and fun creative things, but not really any social media apps or anything. I don't even know when that conversation's going to happen. I'm not ready for that one yet. We're still, you know, too young for that.
Yeah, you talked about how your dad and you and your ex got together about the phone. I think it's interesting. You posted about Father's Day. I thought that was beautiful. But back to that article, which I thought was so interesting and illuminating. You said this about your relationship. If people knew what my relationship was really like, I think they'd be like, how did you last that long? That was really, that hit like a hammer to me.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's also a lot of that I share, and then there's also a lot that I don't, and I don't think I ever will. You know, there's people just go through things in relationships, and I do think back to the social media part. Sometimes people post all the good things, and that's okay. Like, that's their picture, and that's their story, and that's their art that they want to put out. But I don't think everything is to be aired out, you know, I don't, but I think that people would, I think it was just more going through the sentiment with Chloe is that she's tried. And if people don't see that, or that, you know, maybe her sticking around is her really trying, and it's so much harder to stay and try, and like to leave is the easy thing. So I think she feels down on herself sometimes by seeing what the internet has to say about her relationship. And so I think that my comment to her was like, listen, if people only knew, you know, everyone else's situation, they would understand it. But everyone doesn't put it out there like there. And I actually commend Chloe for putting it out there so much. But it's hard for her because she has to have it rehashed and see it. And you know, it's tough when you have all of those outside opinions all the time. And we've all been there. We've all been through our stuff. And I kind of looked at the camera and was like, so if all you internet trolls are being mean to Chloe, I will personally come and talk to you about it.
By the way, your sisterhood is so good. Like, it's something that we really admire. And you're in love.
Yes.
I don't know if I just put words in your mouth, but you got a man, and I wonder what it feels like at this time in your life to have this relationship.
It feels good to have someone that you can really laugh with and just be yourself with. I'm like completely 100% myself, and that is just the best feeling. That, you know, not that I wasn't before or anything, but it's just like someone that really supports you and just but is fun and happy, and it's great.
Do you ever think marriage will be in the cards again for you?
I think I'm definitely going to be really cautious because I, you know, have proven that maybe I'm not the best at it, and I don't want to make that mistake again. So I would really, sometimes I think, should I just be in one of those relationships like Goldie Hawn and Kurt Russell? It seems to be working out for them.
But you know what's great about you? I was thinking about when I was reading about you this morning. You didn't get hard. Sometimes after heartbreak and all kinds of things that happen in life, you get really hard and you say, no, that's not going to happen to me again. You've found a way to stay vulnerable through all of this.
I think that's just who I am. Like, I believe in love. I would never not believe in love. So no matter what you've been through, and that's actually something my sisters and I were talking about like yesterday, is you can get hard. And I think that I might have been that way for, I was saying earlier, you know, I took 10 months to just be by myself and soak it in and figure out what that's like to be by myself. And then after that, I was like, okay, I'm ready. And it was so pleasantly unexpected.
And then you dressed up as Jasmine, and the rest is history.
The rest is history.
We have to
talk. A little Disney magic.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. It's like hilarious that our fairy tales came true. Okay, skin.
Oh my gosh.
First of all, we tried it. Well, did you not?
Are you kidding?
I
broke it out. I was like squirting.
Can you eat it? No, I'm just kidding.
Is it edible?
I mean, how did you decide? I feel like I've gotten to be with you sometimes, and I remember just like staring at your skin, and I know that that's something you've always cared about.
Yeah, I've always, you know, I've tried everything. I've tried every treatment, and I've used the best facialists, and I was so lucky to be able to work with the best chemists and facialists on this and developing the formulas. But I think that I really took everything that I've learned from every treatment that I've done, and I put it into a really amazing skincare routine. And there are lots of steps, but I wanted to teach people it doesn't have to be overwhelming, and you do have to take care of your skin. There's no magic potion. You have to put the time in. You have to use the products in order to make sure that you just like feel and look your best, and it's not just going to be one or two things. It's like a step.
So you go through the steps that you do it in the morning and at night? Yeah.
Yeah, and there's a night oil and a morning oil, so it's, you know,
Does
it's
it
really
smell
only
like
8.
coconut? Because she's really a coconut person.
It's actually all fragrance-free, except for our scrub has like a tiny bit of an essence of something.
I like the scrub. I love the scrub. I tried
The
it this
scrub is
weekend.
probably
It's
my favorite.
Crazy.
The exfoliator is really amazing.
Okay. Hope you come back tomorrow. The iconic Julie Andrews will be here in our studio. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.
Yo, today, all day. Pucker up, because up next on Hashtag Cooking, it's all about lemons. Samadada making her favorite recipes with the versatile citrus fruit. Instead of turning lemons into lemonade, try making Sama's pasta salad with a rich and creamy lemon tahini sauce. Then for dessert, whipping up a lovely lemon loaf cake. Check it out.
I love the smell of lemons too. It's so fresh. I feel like I'm at a spa. But I'm making a cake instead, which is better for sure. So, everyone has been telling you to make lemonade out of the lemons that life has apparently given you. But you know what? You don't have to listen to those people. I'm sure they have good intentions, but they don't really know how to hashtag live, laugh, lemons. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna show you how to make 2 of my favorite recipes that use lemons, my lemon tahini pasta salad, which is zesty and bright, paired with some zucchini and tomatoes, and my gorgeous lemon loaf cake, which is fluffy and just lightly sweet, the perfect companion to your coffee or tea. Some things I think about. Are we calling a pasta salad a salad just so we can feel better about the fact that we're really just eating chilled pasta? Whatever the case, I'm on board, especially with this lemon tahini pasta salad. It pairs 2 of my favorite things together, tahini and lemon, for a fresh and light pasta that I guess we can call a salad. I'm using shallots, garlic, some tomatoes for sweetness, and a zucchini in here to make it a lot more flavorful and complex. I'm gonna start by just preparing all of my ingredients because I love being prepared and I love having my cooking process go a bit quicker. So we're gonna start with the shallot. I'm just gonna dice my shallot. If you don't have a shallot on hand, don't stress, don't worry, you can use a red onion. I'm just gonna slice this little end off right here. I'm gonna make little parallel cuts into the shallot. Watch your fingers, you need those. And then I'm gonna make perpendicular cuts right on top of the shallot, keeping this end intact so we can hold on to it. And then I'm just gonna dice. Gonna add my shallots back into their bowl, into their little home until I'm ready to use them. Probably doing this the dangerous way, but I'm living on the edge. All right, so I'm gonna mince some garlic. A really easy way to do this, you're gonna put your garlic on your cutting board, use the flat edge of your knife, smash it, and then we're just gonna mince. Yes, I am using a lot of garlic, and you're probably wondering, wow, Salma, that's a lot of garlic. Why are you using so much garlic? I love garlic. The residual outcome is sometimes like you end up smelling like garlic a little bit for the rest of the day, but it's a price we can pay for a flavorful pasta, you know? And now we're going back into my bowl, back into my home, my garlic home. Garlic like ends up being a bit of my perfume. I cook with it for a bit. I promise I still have friends, still love me, even though I have some residual garlic scent. Now I'm just gonna slice my tomatoes in half. I'm using grape tomatoes here, but you can go ahead and use cherry if that's what you have on hand. The tomatoes are gonna add a nice pop of sweetness to this pasta, which uses tahini. It's a very earthy flavor, so we like having that balance. You can totally slice these tomatoes lengthwise, but I'm just gonna do them sort of like a globe because I think it looks prettier. It looks nice. Looks pretty. Okay, adding these back into my tomato home. All right, now I'm gonna cut my zucchini, trimming the ends off. You could also slice it lengthwise and then half it, but I like to do the full rounds here. I'm cutting the zucchini pretty thin because I want it to cook through pretty quickly and get nice and tender. I wanted to add zucchini to this recipe because zucchini is such a neutral tasting veggie. Like, it really absorbs a lot of the flavor of anything that it's kind of cooked with. So that's why this was the lucky pick for my vegetable addition in this pasta. My zucchini, tomatoes, shallot, garlic, everyone is ready. Now I'm just gonna heat some olive oil on my pan and start cooking the shallot. Once the oil shimmers, I'm gonna add my shallot. So my olive oil is ready, and now I'm just gonna add my shallot. I wanna cook the shallots for about 5 minutes until they get nice and tender and translucent and start to brown around the edges. You want it to smell really fragrant and aromatic. It smells so good. You'll notice that it's already starting to get some nice color. That's what we want. I wouldn't mind like smelling like a shallot, but somehow it's always garlic. Like, how did I get this fate? So I think what we figured out here is that I'm starting a perfume line. Eau de shallot, eau de garlic. All right, this is exactly what I'm looking for. It's starting to brown, it looks tender, it smells amazing. Now it's time for the garlic. We're going in. The reason we didn't add the garlic in with the shallots together is because garlic doesn't take that long to cook, so we didn't want the garlic to burn. That would be a problem. We want the garlic to cook in with the shallots for about 1 to 2 minutes, not too long. And then we'll be good to go. And don't forget to season with some salt. And don't forget to season with some salt and pepper. A little salt. Some pepper. I'm gonna go ahead and add my zucchini. I want to stir the zucchini in with the shallot and garlic so everybody becomes friendly, everything is nice and incorporated. In case anything starts to burn, you can feel free to add a splash or two of water. I'm gonna add just a little splash of water. You'll notice when the zucchini gets a little bit more tender, it looks a little bit more flexible, a little more bendy. That's good. That's where we want it. These are looking nice and tender and translucent, and now it's time for the tomatoes. I don't want to cook the zucchini too much longer because they're going to cook with the tomatoes as well, so we don't want anything to burn. I'm going to add my tomatoes. Look how pretty! We want to cook the tomatoes to soften them, to release their juices, but we don't want to overcook them. I want them to maintain their shape, and if you cook them for too long, they'll break down. We're looking pretty good. The zucchini is really finding its moment. All right. My zucchini is tender, my tomatoes are juicy, these are done. I'm gonna set them aside to cool, and then I'm gonna work on my pasta.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCNews.com/planyourvote today.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Now we're gonna cook our pasta. One very important step. Don't forget to salt your pasta water, or I will come find you. Okay. Make sure you cook your pasta according to the instructions on your package. And add my pasta in. While the pasta is cooking, I'm gonna make my sauce. This is a lemon tahini pasta salad, so the base of the sauce is going to be, you guessed it, lemons and tahini. I've got my tahini in this bowl. It's a very earthy flavor, so it's gonna pair super nicely with that bright and tangy acidic lemon. I'm gonna add my lemon juice. A good tip to get all of the juice out of your lemon and to loosen it up a bit is just to roll it before you juice. I'm gonna slice my lemon. Fresh. Now, I'm gonna juice it straight into my tahini. I am nothing without seasoning, and neither is this pasta, so we're gonna add some of my favorites. Got some cumin here. Red pepper flakes for a little bit of spice. Some salt. Then a little bit of freshly ground black pepper. I'm gonna whisk this up. You'll notice that the mixture will start to seize, meaning it's gonna be a bit tougher to mix it, which is why we have a little H2O to save the day. You wanna make sure your water is cold, and we'll just add a little bit at a time until it reaches your desired consistency. See how when you add that cold water, it becomes so much smoother and also helps you get everything well incorporated. You want it to be velvety and rich and smooth. Just gonna season it to taste because that's always important. We want to get it exactly where we want it. Taste a little. So good. Add a little more salt and a little more pepper. My sauce is done. And you know what's crazy? I finished making it before the pasta was even done cooking. I mean, let's talk about saving time in the kitchen. I'm gonna check my pasta. We're gonna be a bit of a helicopter pasta parent. Go fish for one. I can't even see, I'm too short. And you want it to be al dente, meaning you still want a bit of a bite in it. You can bite it or just break into it with your finger to see. Still needs a little bit more time. I'm gonna leave it in there for a little bit longer until it's a bit more cooked through. My pasta is done. Now before I drain it, I'm gonna save a little bit of that pasta water for later. This is gonna help bind and thicken my sauce in case I need it. I've sort of been waiting for this moment my whole life. It is time to assemble the pasta. Got my zucchini and tomatoes here. Just gonna add my pasta straight into my pan. Look at that. And just mix this around just to incorporate the pasta in with the veggies. I want to make sure that garlicky goodness and the shallots really coat that pasta well. A rogue pasta, no problem. And now it's time to add my sauce. I mean, look how creamy that is. It's like velvety smooth. See you later. Okay. I'm just gonna coat the sauce in with the pasta really well. We don't want any piece of pasta to feel lonely. It needs to have some sauce on it. This looks good. This looks well incorporated. This looks like everyone has become besties. It's time to plate. So I know this is supposed to be pasta salad, but a little fun fact, you can eat this room temp as well. So I'm gonna serve myself a bowl. I can't not eat it right now. And I'm gonna let the rest chill in the fridge. Get that zucchini, those tomatoes. It looks so creamy, but there's no dairy in it. Is that crazy? This looks good for me. I'm gonna squeeze a little lemon on top, just for a little hint of tartness. A little extra. I mean, she looks cute, for sure. Time to take a picture. What's nice is that you've got so many colors going on. You've got the bright pop of red from the tomatoes. You've got the green from the zucchini. The pasta's like a nice canvas for all of it to sit on top of. Looks delish. Getting really up close and personal here. I don't think the pasta will mind. Okay, I got the shot, which means I need to eat. Okay, I'm going in. Gotta get a little bit of everything. Little tomato, little pasta. I'm gonna try and do this in a dainty manner. It's probably not gonna work. Okay. I mean, usually think of pasta as something that's pretty heavy, but you've got this brightness from the lemon that allows it to feel super light and refreshing. Tomatoes for sweetness, the zucchini for a little veg moment up in there. This is gonna go in the fridge. I'm gonna transfer it to a bowl, let it chill. Keeps really well in the fridge. And it's also really nice to know you've got a little meal waiting for you in the fridge whenever you're hungry or just simply want a delicious pasta salad. transferred everything to my bowl. I'm just gonna cover it. Now I'm gonna take it to the fridge to chill, and then when I come back, we're gonna make my lemon loaf cake.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. And who's this?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/planyourvote today.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. And who's this?
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This lemon loaf cake is inspired by my parents' citrus trees in California. My dad tends to our lemon trees because he's the only one in my family with a green thumb, or at least he tries to have one. So I wanted to make a really delicious post-breakfast sweet treat for us to enjoy together. I've preheated my oven to 350 degrees, and I've also lined my little loaf pan with some parchment paper. I did this with cute little flaps so that you'll easily be able to lift the lemon loaf cake up after it's done baking. Now I'm gonna get started on my dry ingredients. I'm using some oat flour and some coconut flour. I really like this because oat flour is nice and hearty and coconut flour is light and absorbent, so they make a really nice pair. I'm just gonna add my coconut flour to my oat flour. I'm gonna add baking powder. I'm gonna whisk everything together. Oat flour and coconut flour are both gluten-free, so if you're into that, that's great. If you're not, I promise you'll still love this recipe, but make sure you do check your oat flour package to ensure you're using the gluten-free variety. We want to whisk this until everything is nicely incorporated. Everything looks nice and incorporated, and now I'm going to start on my wet ingredients. I'm going to crack 2 eggs into my bowl. I'm gonna beat my eggs till they're nice and smooth. All right, this looks nice and smooth. And now I'm gonna work on my lemons. Our star, the lemon. First, I'm gonna zest the lemon into my eggs. What's really great with zest is that it adds this nice fragrance and aroma and adds a lot more of that lemon flavor, which we love for this recipe. The lemon zest smells so fragrant and delicious. It's really gonna amp up that lemon flavor in this lemon loaf cake. I only need about a teaspoon of lemon zest for this recipe, so that should be good. Now time for our juice. Gonna roll the lemon a bit to get more of that juice out. just really prepped for this lemon loaf cake. I love the smell of lemons too. It's so fresh. I feel like I'm at a spa. But I'm making a cake instead, which is better for sure. Okay, my lemons are all juiced, and now I'm gonna add it straight into my egg and zest situation. Mix this up until it's nice and incorporated. Now I'm gonna add my melted and cooled coconut oil. Mix that up. To sweeten this recipe up, I'm gonna add some maple syrup. I like using maple syrup here because lemon is so tart and acidic, and maple is warming and really just delicious and golden, so I find that it's a perfect match made in citrus heaven. A little vanilla extract. Little splash zone for the vanilla extract, no big deal. And finally, we're gonna add some coconut sugar. The coconut sugar sweetens this up even more, which we love for this lemon loaf cake recipe. I'm gonna just add my dry ingredients straight into my wet. Now I'm gonna fold everything together. You just wanna fold everything in together really gently so everything becomes nice and incorporated. You will know when it's done, when the batter is thick and sticky. We're looking pretty cute, to be honest with you. Just gonna transfer this batter into my prepared loaf pan. We're just gonna smooth the batter out in the pan, make sure it's evenly distributed. And because we're a fun kitchen here, we're gonna add a little more coconut sugar on top. Just for a little extra sweetness. You don't have to do this. I think you should do it. Okay, sad news. We do have to allow this loaf cake to leave us for a little bit. It's gonna take a little journey in the oven for 30 to 35 minutes until the edges are nice and golden brown.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is cooled for about 20 minutes, and because I love being prepared, as you know, Got these cute little flaps, which will allow me to just lift it straight up out of the pan and get to slicing, which I'm gonna do right now. I'm gonna slice right into it. I am one of those people that loves a corner piece. Give me all of the corner pieces, all of the edges. That's my jam. I mean, you can't resist. I know you can't. Don't tell me you can't, because I know you're not telling the truth. It's pretty. Get a couple slices on my plate. No, I need a third for sure. I need a third. Okay. You can totally enjoy this solo, but I'm just gonna top it with a few berries, just for a little extra sweetness. Goes nicely with the lemons too. I mean, I think it's ready for its close-up. The berries add that nice pop of color as well. Got a blackberry out of place, excuse me. So pretty. I cannot wait to eat this. All I really need is a cup of coffee with this. That would really pair well. JP! Make my day, why don't you? I'm ready. Now I'm ready to eat this. Okay, I'm gonna get a little piece of the cake, a little berry. That is good. It's a lightly sweet. Goes perfectly with the berries. The lemon adds that nice zing, that tartness. Maple is like that golden, warming, delicious taste. Don't let your coffee live without this. Whew. Hey guys, super busy, cooking up a storm, but I have something exciting to tell you. #cooking is back, so tune into Today All Day. Okay, I got some in the oven, I gotta go. See you later.
Good morning. Breaking overnight, stunning new details coming to light in the Uvalde school shooting, including the first images of armed officers inside Robb Elementary just moments after the gunman stormed in. Just ahead, the new questions being raised over why police did not act sooner to stop the attack.